of the United Nations. I would like to commend the National Peace Committee under the leadership of General Abdul Salam Abubakar once again the key stakeholders and actors together to come to peaceful elections through the signing of the second peace accord. I'd like to reiterate the United Nations' continued support in this regard, to recognize the partnership between the United Nations and the National Peace Committee, through which we jointly organize 5 high-level stakeholders: Luna, Kano, Rivers, the key stakeholders at state level, as well as in enabling them to make concrete commitments to peaceful elections similar to today's events. In addition to these events, the United Nations has supported the INEC and other stakeholders to promote voter education and the participation of women and youth, as well as enhance the respect of human rights and the rule of law during the electoral process. The United Nations would like to recognize the immense efforts undertaken by INEC with support of government and other stakeholders in the organization of the elections. The United Nations would therefore like to encourage all political actors and their supporters to fully respect the provisions of all peace accords in order to create the enabling environment for peaceful elections essential for sustainable peace and development of Nigeria. The general elections are of major significance to Nigeria, the West Africa region, and the continent. Peaceful elections in Nigeria will not only send a clear and positive message to the rest of the region and the continent, but will also reinforce Nigeria's leadership role in this regard. In conclusion, while today's signing is indicative of the commitment to peaceful elections by political parties, it is our hope that it will lead to more concrete and concerted action for peace to reign during and after the elections, so that Nigeria ultimately emerge as the winner. And before I conclude, I would like to talk on a personal basis as a daughter of this continent, that all daughters and sons of this continent are really looking to these elections for the future of the continent. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. The acting special rep of the UN Secretary General for West Africa and the Sahel and head of UNOWAS. The next goodwill message will be taken from Right Honorable Baroness Patricia Scotland, Secretary General of the Commonwealth. She was here in 2019. I remember that this auditorium. Baroness Patricia Scotland. When she came in 2019, the suffix to her name was Queen's Counsel. It is KC, meaning King's Counsel.
Your Excellency, President Buhari, I stand with protocols which have been already established. As Secretary General of the Commonwealth of Nations, it is an honor and a privilege to be with you once again, presenting our of nations, 56 and 2.5 billion people at the signing of this peace accord. You know that your blood runs in my veins. This is an historic Ash Wednesday. We gather on the cusp of the 7th general election since Nigeria's return to democracy rule in 1999. I remember standing here before the leaders and peoples of this great country in 2019 and being conscious that as I did so, and as I do now, of the size and majesty of this great country, its brilliance, the charm of its people, the feeling that the whole continent held its breath, waiting to see what this great country of Nigeria would do, in which direction it would go. And it is the same feeling today. Why is this election uniquely important? Because you are Nigeria, the powerhouse of Africa and the world's rising star, a political, economic, intellectual, spiritual, innovation, cultural, and culinary giant. A nation enriched by your myriad of differences and strengthened by your shared desire to live dignified lives. A proud nation which has decided to take the path of peace. It is not an easy path. It is only taken by the brave, the resilient, the relentless, the courageous, the selfless. Forgiveness, forbearance, turning the other cheek. It's not for the weak in spirit. It's for the strong. It's the path to justice, the path and highway for democracy. It's the path which the prayer warriors of this world for peace first. I'm asking every person who participates in this election to be brave enough to take it. Those who lead and those who follow, because you are Nigeria, bursting with energy and daring of a youthful people and willing to shape the future of this nation. Because you are Nigeria, in these uncertain times, stability through change and transition is vital for you, for Africa, and for the entire democratic world. Governing a country of such scale, dynamism, and diversity takes enormous courage, skill, and heart. And I applaud all the leaders who take the pledge today. Leadership comes with a solemn responsibility because the office of the president is a sacred trust. It is a promise each of you is making before the people you strive to serve, to put your country above yourself, to unify Nigeria for a new generation of Nigerians who can be proud of their land and thrive in it. It is a heavy burden, but this is your moment to enhance Nigeria's democracy, to show that we can live with love and respect for each other, even when we disagree. This great nation has given Africa, the Commonwealth, and the world so much. And the hour has come again to show who you are, what you care about, and what you strive for. The eyes of more than 210 million proud and hopeful Nigerians, the eyes of 1 3 billion and the 2.5 billion people in the Commonwealth, all of their eyes visit a land where all our communities live together in peace and harmony, where we turn our minds to God, we seek his guidance and assistance, and by his grace, we shall succeed. I am Commonwealth with you. God bless you all, and God bless the people of the great Federal Republic of Nigeria.
She has expressed for and on behalf of Nigeria and Nigerians. Because of who we are, we have to get it right. I respectfully now invite Salahuddin Abbas Ibrahima, His Excellency, the Cameroonian High Commissioner to Nigeria and Dean of the Diplomatic Community in Nigeria. Your Excellency, not immediately available. Very quickly then, we move on to the President of the Ecowas Commission, His Excellency Dr. Omar Aliu, the last in the series of good wishes on this occasion. Your Excellency.
Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, Excellency former President General Abdulsalami Abubakar, Commission and all Ecowas institutions, to most sincerely commend His Excellency General Abdulsalami Abubakar and the National Peace Committee for convening this important event, that is the signing of the Second National Peace Accord for free, fair, peaceful, safe, and credible 2023 general elections. Experience has shown that the signing of peace accords and commitment by political actors and stakeholders to the content of the sign-up accord. The Ecowas Commission sincerely hopes that this presents another opportunity for presidential candidates to renew their governance. Governance for peace. It is in this spirit that the Ecowas Commission has deployed some 250 electoral observers across the country under the leadership of His Excellency Ernest Koroma, former president of Sierra Leone, who arrived. This is the largest election observation mission ECOWAS has deployed in recent years. Of Nigeria, in the region, and indeed on the continent. We are therefore honored to have been invited to witness the signing of the second national accord and wish to appeal to all the presidential candidates to therefore my honor and pleasure to congratulate Nigeria in advance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Dr. Sowore. Who is leader indicates contingent of observers and monitors witnessing playback on video on the screens. We do that, we're getting chairmen of the parties and the candidates to step forward and subscribe to. But you permit me to indicate the movement accord Major Hamza Al-Safar, Secretary Bola Tinubu, All Progressives Congress, All Progressive Grand Alliance, Princess Chichi Oje, Allied Sunday Oluwafe Party, boot, not for playing soccer, or not for the ones you use, the kind of footwear you use on the parade ground. It's actually an acronym, meaning because of our tomorrow. Which reminds me, His Excellency Thabo Mbeki, in the 1994 first non-racial elections in South Africa, there was a political party called KISS. keep it simple and straight, or keep it straight and simple. Is this still in existence? It's faded, or we'll discuss that later, Your Excellency. Thank you very much. So there was this, and on Saturday we'll be having booths here in Nigeria. His Excellency Gregory Peter Obi, Labour Party. His Excellency Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, New Nigeria People's Party. Felix Johnson Osakwe, National Rescue Movement. His Excellency Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, People's Democratic Party. Latifu Abiola, People's Redemption Party, is the first son of Chief Ed. Nwayao Zenith Labour Party. 18 presidential candidates for the February 25th, 2025 presidential election. The national read out on the screen.
(2023) National Peace Accord of violence under the auspices of the National Peace Committee, NPC. I, the undersigned presidential candidate and chairperson of the underlisted political party contesting in the 2023 general elections, reaffirm my commitment to take proactive measures towards the creation of a conducive environment for the conduct of free, fair, credible, transparent, and verifiable elections. Cognizant of the need to maintain a peaceful environment before, during, and after the 2023 general election. Peaceful, transparent, and credible electoral process. 2. To accept and abide by the outcome of the 2023 presidential elections, and if issues should arise, I will deploy constitutional means and appeal to the courts rather than other unconstitutional means. 3. To support all institutions of government involved in conducting or securing elections, in particular, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and the security agencies, to enable them act with professionalism, impartiality, and transparency. That I, my spokespersons, party spokespersons, members and supporters refrain from intimidations, incitements, to accept and abide by the outcome of the 2023 presidential elections, and if issues should arise, I will deploy constitutional means and appeal to the courts rather than other unconstitutional to use lawful and legal means to seek redress. 6. to ensure that I, my spokespersons, party spokespersons, members and supporters refrain from disseminating fake news, misinformation, and disinformation, particularly as it relates to the reporting of any election results before they are verified by INEC. 7. To condemn publicly and privately instigators and perpetrators of all acts of discrimination and violence based on gender, ethnicity, belief, age, and political affiliations. 8. In the event that any electoral dispute that may arise, to follow due process by resorting to the courts of law, and to act in the spirit of statesmanship, putting the country first before individual or party interest. 9. To cooperate with the National Peace Committee, a body made up of respected statesmen and women, traditional and religious leaders, in its mission to monitor adherence to this accord. 10. To abide by the letter and spirit of this accord, and if my actions and utterances or those of my party or supporters violate the principles of this accord, I accept that I and my party will be held accountable in accordance with the laws and Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. 11. To accept full application of national and international laws against any subversion of the electoral process. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, party chairmen, and presidential candidates. That is a voiceover of the text of the Second National Peace Accord. May I therefore respectfully invite the presidential candidates and the respective party chairmen to kindly step up the platform to subscribe to the Second National Peace Accord. The candidates will be called according to the names on the list here in alphabetical order. And while the signing is going on, you will be directed. We have a number of tables just behind me, and it's also in alphabetical order. The candidate and the chairman of the party. And a word of advice from the protocol of the State House. Camera persons, please stay where you are. You may wish to get better angle shots, but everyone should avoid, as a camera person, avoid the foreground, which already has a barrier. Accord Party, Christopher Imumolen. Just come here to the first table, and of course, along with your chairman. Major Hamza Al-Mustafa Action Alliance, along with the chairman. Amoyele Sowore African Action Congress, along with the chair. Dumebi Kachiku African Democratic Congress, along with the chair. Engineer Yusuf Sani Yabagi Action Democratic Party, along with the chair. Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu of Progressives Congress, along with the chair. Peter Nana Umadi, All Progressive Grand Alliance, along with the chair. Princess Chichi Oje, Allied People's Movement, along with the chair. Charles Osita Nnandi, Action People's Party, along with the chair. Sunday Oluwafemi Adenuga, Boot Party, along with the chair. His Excellency Gregory Peter Obi, Labour Party, along with the chair. His Excellency Rabiu Musa Kwankwanso, New Nigeria People's Party, along with the chair. Felix Johnson Osakwe, National Rescue Movement, along with the chair. His Excellency Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, People's Democratic Party, along with the chair. Latifu Kolawole Abiola, People's Redemption Party, along with the chair. Adewale Ebenezer Adebayo, Social Democratic Party, along with the chair. Prince Abdul Malik Ado Ibrahim, Young Progressives Party, along with the chair. Chief Daniel Nwayaun, Zenith Labour Party, along with the chair. After subscribing to the Second National Peace Accord, the party chairman and the presidential candidates are kindly requested to stay back for a photo opportunity. So you sign and then you treat just in front of a banner. I think we're having the last set of signatures, and I respectfully now invite the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, the Inspector General of Police, as well as the chairman of the National Peace Committee to witness the signatures of the presidential candidates and chairmen of the political parties. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are having the photo up right now. May I respectfully invite the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic, President Muhammadu Buhari, to kindly join in the photo opportunity on the days. May I also respectfully invite former Head of State, General Yakubu Gowon, to also join in the photo opportunity on the stage. Your Excellencies. This is heavy. It's heavy. No, it's heavy.
So that we photograph with the peace committee members as well.
Peace committee. Is it now? We do it. We don't do it now.
Yes,
what
no,
about the former heads of state?
That's what I'm saying.
All right. I'm sure you had enough shots already. May I also request the former presidents in our midst to kindly join in the photo session along with the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, former President South Africa, former President Malawi, former President of Kenya. And at this stage, we'll also invite members of the National Peace Committee to join in the photo session. I'm sure that we will have to redistribute so that on the steps, and therefore you have a better view. Members of the National Peace Committee, please, you are kindly requested to join in the photo session.
You and I were talking. You didn't send my text. You're supposed to send a text to me.
Okay, I will get across to you. Okay, I will do that. Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, party chairmen, presidential candidates. All right, may we kindly return to our seats? May we kindly return to our seats? The gentleman who is walking back to his seat is one of Nigeria's oldest journalists, Uncle Sam Amuka, We used to call him Sad Sam on account of the column he was writing in the 60s and 70s. Senior citizen now, well into his 80s, and still looking pretty young. He's a publisher of Vanguard newspapers. Uncle Sam, I salute you. We are good with time, but we'll now be taking messages of peace. And brevity should also be our watchword. Let me invite a member of the Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC, to deliver a message of peace on behalf of the chairman. And this is being done for strategic reasons, because no other candidate in Saturday's election is being invited to speak, and the national chairman of IPAC is a candidate in Saturday's election. So on behalf of the chairman of IPAC, Barrister Maxwell Mbundem, please step forward to deliver a message of peace. Once more, brevity.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellencies, please permit me to stand on the existing protocol because of time. My name is Barrister Maxwell Mbundem. I'm the National Deputy Chairman of IPAC, and I stand on behalf of the National Chairman, who is unavoidably absent. As we know, elections, as observed every 4 years, is a high-level call to civil obligations on Nigerian citizens to make choices of leaders who administer the country and spearhead distribution of dividends of democracy to the people. Thus, the stakes are really high, especially against the backdrop of an entrenched zero-sum political culture in our nation, in which the winner takes it all. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this can explain the tension and inflamed passion witnessed between candidates and their supporters ahead of this all-important election. However, it is the resolve and the view of IPAC to caution political gladiators and their army of supporters that no inflamed passion over high political stake is worth the blood of Nigerian citizens. Hence, any consideration capable of causing wanton destruction of lives and properties should be avoided. This is a moment to stop and reflect on what becomes of the nation, our citizens, our democracy. If unquestionable fire erupts out of the electoral process, when we instigate our followers to violence through our actions or inactions. It is therefore on this premise that IPAC calls on politicians to play by the rules. They escalate tension and embrace one another in peace, so as to instill the understanding that the election is not a do or die affair among their supporters. Today's peace oath should not therefore be seen as a mere ceremonial exercise of putting pen to the letters of peace accord. Rather, it is an endorsement of a united and peaceful Nigeria, to which maximum commitment is required through our conduct and utterances during and after the election. At this juncture, IPAC salutes the National Peace Committee, led by former head of state, General Salam Abubakar, for his noble role your committee have taken upon itself to ensure that politicians campaign based on issues and citizens are also allowed to vote for candidates of their choice peacefully. May we also appreciate INEC for their consistent assurance of a level playing ground for all politicians. This election should not be seen to have been conducted free and fair, but must be seen and judged as transparent and credible by every political party and their candidates, so as to inspire the acceptance and confidence. We want to appreciate everybody here for coming, and we want to urge all politicians, all candidates, to do all to make sure that this election is peaceful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barrister Maxwell Mbundem, for the message of peace delivered on behalf of the National Chairman of the Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC. The next goodwill message will be delivered by Ms. Ene Obi, who is the convener of the Nigeria Civil Society Situation Room and Country Director, Action Aid. Ms. Ene Obi. She's right at the back of the hall. She's going to take her a while to come to the microphone.
Mr. President and the chairman of the committee, may I stand by Kingsley's protocol. On behalf of the Nigerian Civil Society Situation Room and the civil society organizations across Nigeria, we wish to commend the National Peace Committee for today. The political parties and their candidates have signed the accord. Citizens will hold you responsible. We are here to witness this, to hold you accountable. There will be winners, and there will be those who will not win. We ask you to have the courage to accept the results of the election, like many past leaders have done. Avoid both buying. Your word is your bond. The chairman of the Peace Committee noted with the last signing of the peace accord, violations already. This is not a lawless country. And I'm happy that the president is here. If some people violated even the last rules, they should be held accountable. We ask INEC to conduct this election under the atmosphere of transparency and accountability in everything. We appreciate the workload and commend the chairman and his team for the work that they have done so far and for the assurances. The IGP has also assured us of the readiness of the police and the security agencies. We are comforted by that. We call on them to be proactive and arrest violators. The Nigerian Civil Society Situation Room just opened in Transcorp a few hours ago. We will observe and give account of what is happening across the country because we have deployed observers across the country. We urge citizens to come out en masse to choose their leaders on Saturday. Many Nigerians are fleeing the country. Our population is a blessing, not a curse. And we ask that the trend be revised by those who are applying for this job. I want to wish you good luck on Saturday. Let's stand up right for Nigeria. Thank you.
Very much, Ms. Ene Obi, convener, Nigeria Civil Society Situation Room. Earlier, in the course of the proceedings, I did pass on the apologies of two former presidents of the Federal Republic. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo, who is in Addis Ababa on an AU assignment, and former President Goodluck Jonathan, who is in Mali on an Ecowas assignment. But His Excellency, former President Goodluck Jonathan, has a message of peace. And the message will be read on his behalf by Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, the Bishop Diocese of Sokoto, and also a convener of the National Peace Committee. Former President Goodluck Jonathan.
As you can see, for very obvious reasons, I'm not President Jonathan. I don't look like him, and I'm not as tall as he is. So let me stand on existing protocols, as has been said. I'll just read his speech word for word. Of course, for obvious reasons, you can understand why I should stand on existing protocols. First of all, I want to appreciate members of the National Peace Committee, led by former Head of State, General Abdusalami Abubakar, GCFR, for their commitment to peaceful elections in our dear country. We have to commend them because they have established a good tradition of bringing together candidates and political parties ahead of elections to commit themselves to peaceful electioneering. Today, we are here to witness the second signing of the National Peace Accord, dedicated not only to a peaceful 2023 elections, but also to a rancor-free transition. I also commend the committee for the deployment of moral suasion in their engagements with political parties to douse public tension. This is also aimed at mitigating the exponential growth of fake news, misinformation, and disinformation in the social media space. No doubt, this strategy has proven to consolidate the effort of statutory structures like the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, in conducting peaceful and credible elections. Today's accord commits all presidential candidates, chairmen, and members of the political parties to accepting the outcome of the elections as long as they are judged to be free, fair, and credible. In the build-up to the 2015 general elections, myself and my successor, His Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari, signed a similar accord committing ourselves to free, fair, credible, and peaceful elections. We also made it very clear in the second accord that we would abide by the outcome of the votes. I believe that was the way to strengthen our democracy, stave off looming violence, and bring peace to our dear nation. There is no better time to make this commitment than now, given the considerable levels of tension and apprehension so far experienced in the build-up to these elections. This is the time for the candidates and party leaders to demonstrate goodwill and impress upon it the cadres and followers that the election is not a war. Our country needs a stable and reliable democracy to be able to adequately address its challenges and provide a desired leadership that meets the expectations of our teeming populace and the international community. The world looks up to us to get our democracy right and become a force to be reckoned with in the leadership, recruitment, and governance process. We need peaceful elections to give democracy a boost on the continent, especially in our sub-region, where civil rule is threatened by a wave of unconstitutional changes of government. I therefore call on the presidential candidates, the party chairmen, and members of all political parties to please respect the voice of Nigerians and embrace the politics of peace. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we must continue to work tirelessly in our various capacities to ensure that peace reigns supreme during and after the elections. At this juncture, I take this opportunity to charge the election management body, INEC, to do its very best to ensure that the elections are free, fair, and credible. Whenever doubts build up in the minds of citizens pertaining to the credibility of elections, it creates a situation that could lead to crisis and conflicts. In the same vein, I urge the police and other security agencies involved in managing security during the polls not to compromise themselves in the course of carrying out their duties, now, during, and after the elections. When the people have confidence in the election umpire and the police operatives that secure the polling processes, elections will be largely peaceful and credible. Once again, I thank the National Peace Committee for organizing this event, and I call on Nigerians to ensure that this election is peaceful and violence-free. I thank you all.
Please, let's appreciate former President Goodluck Jonathan, whose message of peace was read by the convener of the Peace Committee, Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka. The next message of peace will be delivered by former head of state of the Federal Republic, His Excellency General Yakubu Gowon. Your Excellency General Gowon, please, senior citizen now,
He is the youngest person ever to have been head of state in Nigeria. He became head of state on the 1st of August 1966 until July 29th, 1975. I have ceased to say that he left office because he will correct me by saying that he didn't leave office. He said he was marched off, Your Excellency. My colleagues. Your Excellency, Mr. President, Muhammad Buhari, GCFR, the chairman of the National Consultative Peace Committee, Your Excellencies, Chairman of INEC, eminent and distinguished national and international observers, ladies and gentlemen, all other protocols duly observed. I'm delighted to join the veritable National Peace Committee to deliver this goodwill message on this auspicious occasion, the signing of the Second National Peace Accord of 2023 general election. Thank you all for your participation. Let me begin by congratulating the National Peace Committee for positioning itself as a reliable, dependable, independent mediation institution that seeks to foster and ensure peace in Nigeria's elections. Since 2015 to this very moment, the committee has engaged the government at all levels, federal, state, and local government, political actors, and the public on the need to maintain peace before, during, and after the elections. I thank the members of the Peace Committee for their faith in Nigeria and the tireless effort in working to keep this country together and viable. I also want to salute and congratulate all of you presidential candidates of the 18 political parties that are in the field of competition and other participants that are here. In every democracy, peace is a critical factor that breeds political, social, and economic progress. I passionately appeal to the political actors to embrace peace and be civil in their engagements before, during, and after the elections. Our country is at a time where it needs leaders who are committed to uniting Nigerians, coupled with leadership responsibility of bringing and ensuring the dividends of democracy to their doorsteps, to the people and the country. Furthermore, a fundamental lesson we must have learned from the past is the fact that the peace and unity of this country is non-negotiable. While I commend the INEC and security agencies for the work done so far. I call on them to continuously live up to their responsibilities in ensuring that eligible voters exercise their franchise peacefully. Before I end, may I appeal to those who are still bent on disrupting the forthcoming election to reconsider their actions, desist, and give the election peace a chance, an opportunity for a just and fair resolution of the problems at hand. Finally, I wish all Nigerians a peaceful election and a smooth transition of government as we had last time. Thank you all, and may God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well done.
Once again, let's appreciate General Yakubu Gowon for his message of peace. He's been at peace with himself since leaving office, and a formidable presence at events of this nature. We're having a slight alteration to the flow of events, and we'll skip and move on to item 9 on the program, which is a song of peace to be rendered by Dr. Jude Nam and the Children's Choir. After that, we'll take a vote of thanks, and then the conclusion will be a message from the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic. Jude Nam and the children, let's have your song of peace.
Your Excellencies, the Nigerian children are here to present a song of peace. Peace is everything we need.
Peace is everything we
Let us cast away old animosities. Let us remember to hide ourselves. Let us remember that we are one. Let us cast away grudges and vengeance. Let us reject to pay back an eye for an eye. Let us unite together as one. For peace, peace is all we need. Peace, peace is everything we need. Let us help one another, support one another, and hold one another in love. Let us care for one another, protect one another, and dialogue with one another. For peace is everything we need. I believe everyone has a right to life. Everyone has a right to breath. Everyone has a right to be free. Let us move beyond fear and leave hatred behind us and dwell in peace and unity. But remember, with justice comes peace. Don't forget, it is in equity that peace is found. Peace is all we need. Peace in our heart, peace in our land. Beautiful peace is everything we need. Come on, brothers and sisters, let us help one another and support one another and hold one another in love. Let us care for one another, protect one another, and dialogue with one another. For peace is everything we need. For peace is everything we need today. For peace is everything we need. Peace in our hearts, peace in our homes, and peace in Nigeria. For peace is everything we need.
All right, let's appreciate Jude Nam and the Children's Choir for reminding us of the imperative of peace. We live for these children, and we live for our country. Ladies and gentlemen, as they walk off the stage one more time, let's appreciate them. So we'll take, as I said earlier, the vote of thanks, and this will be delivered by the convener of the National Peace Committee,
Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka.
In the Catholic Church, we have a tradition of our congregants often approaching the priest and asking for prayers to be said, particularly for them. It could be over a sick husband or a sick child or whatever. And one day this woman approached the priest and she would like the Mass to be celebrated for her intention. Usually the priest will ask you, what are the intentions? So he says to Madam, what intentions you want us to pray for? She said, well, my husband ate food last night and told me thank you. As a result, I would like to thank God for this wonderful gesture from my husband. My job has been made relatively easy by the speech of the chairman of the National Peace Committee, His Excellency General Abdusalami Abubakar. And so, while standing on existing protocols, I make the point that the growing international interest in Nigeria's elections is a source of encouragement, but is also a pointer to the higher responsibilities that have been entrusted to our dear country. We are very grateful that our president is physically here with us, even though he has really no reason to be. But I think his presence here is a mark of the seriousness of his own commitment and the commitment of our country to free, fair, and credible elections. We also have in our midst, for the first time, and I don't think this has happened anywhere in Africa, we have the presence of not only our former heads of state, but we also have the former president of South Africa, Thabo Mbeki, Joyce Banda of Malawi, Ernest Koroma of Sierra Leone, Mahama John, Ghana, Uhuru Kenyatta. And Uhuru Kenyatta is important because it was actually from the problems of the 2014 elections in Kenya that more or less the inspiration for the Peace Committee came about, in order that we will not be like Kenya. But since then, Kenya has still moved on. We have the Secretary General of the Commonwealth who has delivered a most outstanding speech, and those of us who were here last time she was here, I think we recommend her for a very special recognition by the President of Nigeria for her solidarity and encouragement. But we thank Your Excellencies and members of the teams of international observers, and many of you who are representing the various international bodies. This is not an honor that we in the Peace Committee and all of us ordinary citizens of Nigeria take lightly. Our presidential candidates must repay this goodwill by appreciating that the world is watching at us. When the National Peace Committee came into being in 2015, it was to help negotiate and mediate peaceful elections in 2015, especially against the backdrop of what had happened in Kenya. We have fond memories of the graciousness exhibited by both President Jonathan and General Muhammadu Buhari, as he then was, who heeded the appeal of the National Peace Committee and followed faithfully their commitment to accepting not only the results, but also conducting themselves in the course of their campaigns. We watched as this collaboration climaxed with the historic concession made by President Jonathan in 2015. Almost 10 years later, the National Peace Committee is still here, and we expect that our contestants will show the same patriotism and integrity as the process unfolds. We are deeply grateful to the long-suffering people of our dear country, Nigeria. They have shown their willingness to make sacrifices by turning out in their huge numbers in very difficult circumstances and very often at the risk of their personal lives, just to cast their votes. Our people continue to invest emotionally, physically, and psychologically in political outcomes, despite the fact that the rewards have not been commensurate with their sacrifices. Let us therefore all remain resolute, because as a priest, I encourage you, God sees our hearts. We also know God hears our supplications, and God will answer us at the appropriate time. indeed, for us, for me as a Catholic priest, it is significant because today is Ash Wednesday, a day that the Christian community in particular starts its own Ramadan. So in prayer and supplication, we are hopeful that the good Lord will forgive our many failings and grant our country what we so much desire. So I appeal to our citizens to stand firm as these clouds of uncertainty and doubt that hover around us will soon give way to a brighter day. Peace is not a location. Peace is not an address. Rather, peace is a destination. We must therefore persevere on our journey to greatness. I wish, before I end, once again thank all the members of the diplomatic community, especially the European Union, its delegation led by Ambassador Isopi, who have been our main supporters. The Swiss Embassy and the Kofi Annan Foundation were with us from the beginning of this process in 2015. I wish to pause in appreciation and ask Almighty God to grant eternal rest to the soul of one of Africa's greatest sons, the late Kofi Annan, along with our own dear David Lambo, who was a staff of the Center for Humanitarian Dialogue. They were the ones who handheld us in the course of the events leading up to the setting of the Peace Committee. I also use this opportunity to congratulate our father, Chivemeka Anyoku, who turned 90 recently. He it was who summoned me on the night of January 14, 2015, along with Kofi Annan at the Transcorp Hilton, and asked me to serve as a convener of what is now the Peace Committee. Our brother, Chief Ben Obi, is here with us. At the time of the Jonathan administration, there was an Office for Inter-Party Affairs, which was also partly the recommendation of the Electoral Reform Committee. And it was they who actually bettered what is now the process leading to the Peace Committee. I want to end by thanking very sincerely the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Alhaji Muhammadu Musa Bello. He has been a very good host to us and has always stood by us and granted us unlimited access to the facilities that are under his care. I want to thank all the staff of the International Conference Center and our consultants, Media Insight, who have done such a fantastic job, as you can see. Father Athanasius Barkindo, the director of the Kuka Center, and his staff at the Kuka Center, which hosts the National Peace Committee Secretariat, have done a tremendous job because they've worked tirelessly and almost sleeplessly for the last 3 nights. I want to thank you so very much. I'm very proud of you, and also I'm grateful that so many of the staff of the Kuka Center are young men and women who are in their 20s. You should be thankful to God that you have an opportunity to serve and watch these men, these great men at very close quarters. I'm very sure many of you may do what Jerry Hussein did when the Pope came to Nigeria and he had a chance to shake the Pope's hand. 2 weeks later, we went to thank General Abacha of blessed memory. And Jerry Hussein stood up and told the nuncio and the bishops' conference that if this is how the visit of the Pope is, he would not like the Pope to visit Nigeria again, because since the Pope left, barely after 2 weeks, his staff have refused to wash their hands because they shook the Pope. So I believe that many young men and women who are working here have heard of President Buhari. They've seen him at a distance. Many will go home and tell their mothers, we saw the president, we didn't know he was as tall as this. And they will say that they saw Thabo Mbeki and they saw General Gowon. These are the seeds that we hope will grow and give us a better Nigeria. I want to thank the Presidential Security and Protocol team and all other security operatives who have guided this process and made it so peaceful. We are deeply grateful to the media and everyone who has turned up for this occasion. And I want to thank Kingsley Osadolo, who has always stood by us as a master of ceremony and has always done an extraordinarily good job of it. On behalf of all of you gathered here, let me thank our, I don't want to say long-suffering chairman. I don't know why, but every time he gets up with his stick, the president is always laughing. But both of them are generals. I'm sure they can sort themselves out. But maybe we should ask the president to pay for your next walking stick. But I want to really thank our chairman, because despite his pain, he was here. He forced us all to assemble here yesterday. I tried to plead with him that we should allow. He insisted. He's a man with an incredible eye for detail. Without him, the Peace Committee will not be the same. I want to use this opportunity once again to thank all the members of the Peace Committee who have left great businesses. For people like Aliko Dangote, time na money, but we thank all of you for being here. I want to end by appealing once again to the members of those for whose intention we are here, the presidential candidates, to let you know that the world expects so much from Nigeria. We believe that by this time next week, one of you is going to be president. Whoever that is, let us accept the fact that it is the will of God. And if we men and women were consulted, the outcomes will be different. But let us commit ourselves because the future is bright for our dear country, Nigeria. Once again, on behalf of the chairman and the members of the Peace Committee, I want to thank you very much for your solidarity. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much for your very kind words to all those who have made this event possible and the success that it's been. Your suggestion or request for Mr. President to oblige General Abdulsalami Abubakar with his next walking stick, or cane, as is more formally known, will be noted and has been noted by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, who's right there on the front row. So, SGF, thank you very much for being around, and please immediately the memo to Mr. President. There's a trite saying that the downfall of a man is not the end of his life. And when there is life, there is hope. We're gathered here for a very solemn event. And first time, of course, we are seeing this in large numbers in terms of observers and a galaxy of dignitaries here present. A Nigerian contested the presidential elections in 2003. He lost. He contested the election again, presidential election, in 2007, and he lost. In 2011, he contested the presidential election again. That was the third time, and he lost. In 2015, his name was again on the ballot. And this time, he won. This time, what? He won. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the power of resilience. My pleasure and privilege and honor at this time to invite His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic, to deliver a special message at this solemn occasion. Mr. President.
Please sit down. Thank you. Chairman, National Peace Accord, former presidents and heads of state, members of the diplomatic corps and the international organizations, party chairmen and presidential candidates, traditional and religious leaders, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to firstly thank the chairman of the National Peace Committee and all your members, very distinguished Nigerians, for their commitment and sacrifices to support peaceful elections in Nigeria. In anticipation of these elections, back in September 2022, the chairman respectfully asked me to deliver a goodwill message in support of issue-based and peaceful campaigns and political rallies devoid of insults and personal attacks. I readily agreed because this is my personal belief and conviction. that we need to dwell more on issues that are fundamental to Nigeria. Despite having no financial support from government, the Peace Committee has remained steadfast, working with relevant agencies to provide moral compass and serve as an independent agency for alternative dispute resolution on the electoral process. I commend the committee's commitment and loyalty, not only to the electoral process, but to peace generally in Nigeria. I am aware of the deep concerns that have been raised about the conduct of the 2023 general elections and the outcomes they may throw up. However, since my assumption of office, we have worked so hard to ensure that we pass on a legacy of free, fair, credible, safe, and peaceful elections. We will continue to act with neutrality and allow the rule of law to take precedence over political expediency. We have demonstrated that with the off-cycle elections in Edo, Ondo, Anambra, Ekiti, and Osun states, we allowed Nigerians to decide who should govern them. We are committed to this legacy in this administration. I want to assure INEC, the security agencies, and all relevant institutions saddled with the responsibility of conducting the elections of this administration continuous support. I ask you to be firm and courageous and to abide by the laws and the constitutional provisions in conducting the elections. We must constantly improve our electoral process using technology and all the positive elements it brings to consolidate the integrity of the elections. I urge the candidates contesting these elections at all levels to respect the voice, the choice of voters, and accept the result of the elections as announced by INEC, the agency empowered by law to do so. Any aggrieved candidate should resort to the established judicial processes, and we must have the confidence to trust our legal systems. I once again ask the candidates to abide by the spirit and letter of the accord they have signed today. Let me remind all Nigerians, not for the first time, that this is the only country we have, and we must do everything to keep it safe, united, and peaceful. There should be no riots or acts of violence after the assignment of the election results. All grievances, personal or institutional, should be channeled to the relevant courts. Once again, I want to thank the chairman and members of the National Peace Committee. Your committee has made a name for itself at home and abroad. This government will give you all the necessary support you need to make your work more impactful and successful. I call on all other agencies and the international development partners to give the Peace Committee all the support it deserves in facilitating peaceful elections in Nigeria. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
That was the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic delivering a special message on the occasion of the second signing of the National Peace Accord ahead of the February 25th, 2023 Presidential and National Assembly elections. Your Excellencies, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of today's ceremony. I thank you all for being around. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. To close, we rise for the national anthem.
Yeah, hello everyone. How are you guys doing? It's good to have everybody here. We just watched this ceremony, and I would like to. We're gonna continue the event. I don't think we're gonna have video feed. If there's more video feed, we'll bring it to you. Let me see what's happening on the other side. Oh, this side too is finished. This side too is finished. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, this is the link. I want you guys to join me in studio. Let us discuss this. If you want to join me in studio, we're gonna be talking about this. Let me know what you think. There's just only 2 days to this election, and from the way things are happening, a lot of things are changing. There's been permutation. A lot of people are not sure of what is going on at this point in time. If you're still sitting on the fence, well, I don't know. People like me, we're not sitting on the fence. I am for AAC, Omoyele Sowore. I know some people are for Labour Party, some people are for for PDP and every other thing there, which is okay. Whoever you want to support, support them. I am for AAC, no going back. That's where we stand. For Moyele Sowore, because I think Moyele Sowore is the only person who can deliver. You know, just looking at that place, it's just very, very funny. I hope Nigerians really, really understand. If you see those people there, our past leaders, presidents, those people there. You see how everybody is quiet. You see how everybody is peaceful. I hope people are not deceived. I hope you're not carried away with all those people that you saw there. It's just a ceremony, and that's where I am concerned when I'm looking at the political atmosphere in Nigeria. Nigerians are used to, you just come for a ceremony, everything goes well and smoothly, and you actually believe that that's how things are going to, continue. No. Things don't continue like that. If you get carried away and you make the mistake of not voting the right person, you will be in serious trouble, very serious trouble. Imagine, you see how those people are. Buhari, they can organize this kind of environment, and Buhari will come and convince you to vote for them. They can bring somebody to play music. They can bring somebody. Look, see how all of them are acting normal. Is it not amazing? The most wicked experience you've had in Nigeria was as a result of people that you're seeing in that hall. The people that you are seeing in that hall, all of them acting like they are angels. These same people have sat in rooms and they have organized meetings and have been engaged in discussions where people were assassinated after. A lot of those people there sitting in that place discussing peace, they have blood in their hands. They are the reason why we are suffering what we're suffering in Nigeria today. But they just sit together in a conference, hold a peace meeting, and everybody goes. And Nigeria start clapping for them. Like, I couldn't believe it, hearing people say, you know what, I really like Buhari, what Buhari did here, what Buhari did. I'm like, I told my friend, I said, just stop there. Buhari did what? Is it how quickly people can forget? You can, under how many days, you just forget 8 years of hardship that Buhari has brought you. You forget the one I can't even handle. How can you just, under how many seconds, forgive APC or forget? How can you forget what APC was? Under how many seconds? You now say, Buhari is not good. Don't be deceived by the ceremonies that you see. Don't be deceived at all. Okay? I beg you, don't be deceived. All the ceremonies that you're seeing, all the things that people are doing, do not be deceived at all. These are the people who will finish Nigeria. In that hall, they gathered there, a lot of them are the owners of Nigeria. You see that hall? You see the people who can do this ceremony, and everybody's laughing and shaking each other. These guys are experts at manipulation. They know how to manipulate things very, very well. So it is very, 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 very important that you vote the person who can confront. In that hall, only one man. And I don't want to make this a Sowore campaign, although I'm a member of African Action Congress. Sowore is my candidate. But you ask yourself one question. You see that crowd? You see that group of people there? Who inside that hall will boldly? Okay, let me rephrase the question. Who are they scared of giving the microphone in that hall? Normally, at an event like this, they will give an opportunity for those candidates to just make a statement. But because of one man, they change their whole program. Say none of the presidential candidates will talk. Do you remember last time when they spoke? You see, I like when you recognize the people that make things happen. The last time they gathered, somebody spoke and he changed the whole atmosphere. This time around, because of that person, they say, we are not going to have any presidential candidate talk. You answer the question. That person that they are actually afraid of. In 2019, when they were having political debates and having all those kind of things, there was somebody, because of that person, other people refused to attend presidential debates. This time around, we are still begging Nigerians, be wise, think seriously at this point in time. Think seriously before you go to the polls on Saturday. Think seriously what you are going there to vote for. You must think seriously. People here are saying, oh, what did somebody say? Okay, I got you all wrong. I got it wrong, what I was going to read. But I'm telling you people, 2 days to go. 2 days to go. Nigeria, so many things are going to happen. I've been posting, oh, sorry, I didn't post it. I just posted the link to the studio. I need to know what you guys think about what will happen on election day or these 2 days to election. We need to talk about it. I need to get a feedback from you guys. Me, I'm not in Nigeria. I can only assume. I can only think of what will happen that day. I hear that the banks are going to be closed. I hear that movements are going to be restricted. How do you think this election will hold on the 25th? Do you think there's going to be a postponement? How is the Naira thing happening? The currency, are people now satisfied? Somebody say, Chidi, enough, stop marketing Sowore. He said, stop marketing Sowore. Oh, why now? I don't understand. I'm a member of the see, today I'm not standing on the fence. I've been a member of the African Action Congress. This is my party. This is where I contested. I don't wake up. I don't wake up and realize, oh, today I'm this party, tomorrow I'm on. No. This is who I've been. I've been with Omoyele Sowore ever since. I didn't change. So how can who do you want me to market? Tell me the truth. Who do you want me to market? If you have a candidate you want to market, by all means, with all pleasure, I'll give you the microphone to talk. Click on the link. I'm going to send the link again. Click on the link. Those of you watching on Worship Media on Facebook, those of you watching on Revolution Now on Facebook, those of you watching on Take It Back TV, Worship Media, those of you on Twitter, if you want to come, just click on that StreamYard link, and you can come and join us here, and we can analyze. Election must hold. Ihoma Ngozi Sonye, thank you so much. She says, Ihoma says that election, he says that election must hold. I like that. Some people are saying, no, election will not hold because of Simon Ekpa in Finland. In fact, I was talking with someone a few minutes ago, and it was like, Dr. Chidi, so what do you think about this thing? They said the election will not hold and there will be anarchy. And I told that person, if you have decided to commit suicide, no problem. It is a decision you take. Trying to confront the army on election day, that is just, if you have decided that you're going to stop election on election day, throughout this election, just go and sign, I don't know, write your will or write your suicide note and keep, because that's what you're going to do. You're just going to die for nothing. And if you die for nothing, you probably end up in hellfire. So please, don't let anybody, especially somebody sitting all the way in Finland, command you to go and stand in front of the army. They will kill you. Nigerian army will kill you. If you raise a gun and you point it at a soldier or a policeman, they will shoot back at you. And I don't think they know how to aim at, you say, let them aim at your hand or another part of your body. They will aim and they will kill. It's not funny. Have you seen where police kill somebody? The Nigerian police or Nigerian army, if they shoot somebody, if you see the body, see that they were not shooting to neutral. They don't believe in neutralize. they believe in deleting. So if you're planning to disrupt the election because Simon Ekpa told you in Finland you're going to commit suicide, they will kill you. Do you see? I am not trying to mince my word and say maybe they will confront you, maybe they will engage. They will not engage with you. Engaging in gun battle means they will kill you. I'm not saying you cannot kill anybody, because once you have gun and shoot, you may kill one or two military people, but they will kill you. The bad thing about them, and this is something we don't like, but if you already know, why are you going to try? They will not just kill you, they will kill you, they'll kill your father, they'll kill your mother, they'll kill your brother. So don't allow that kind of thing to happen. Why would you just go and commit suicide? I have someone in the studio, Joseph Obasui. How are you, Joseph?
I'm very fine, sir. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very clearly. Where are you joining us from?
I'm joining you from Italy. I'm actually at work
Italy.
now, so you might be hearing some noise, okay?
It's okay, it's okay. Ciao, ciao.
I was really surprised when I was watching the so-called peace meeting, and I just kept laughing because I know if Sowore was not there, they would have allowed all the presidential candidates to speak.
Exactly.
So it's sad to see that Nigerians cannot understand these little tricks they are playing. And you see people keep shouting for Obi and all of that. I'm just sorry for Nigerians anyway, because we are very far away from home. And no matter how it might be with us here, it's better than home. And I don't know. I hope Nigerians are really wise at this time and really vote right. If not, we'll continue to do the same thing over and over again.
Honestly, my brother, you see, you are very, very correct. When I sit and watch that ceremony, like I can just tell you this, Show was not supposed to be in that ceremony. He nearly did not want to attend it, because that's how you know a visionary. What he told us is exactly what happened. He said we'll just gather there in that room, they will call, they will sign, and then they will go. They won't let anybody talk. Sowore said this, and you know why. So you see, we bury our head in the sand like ostrich and pretend everything is okay. 99% of everything you saw in that hall now is a lie. It's a lie now, but Nigerians like it.
No, Dr. Shidi, sorry to interject. Can Nigerians see by themselves that these are the people who have brought us to where we are today?
I'm telling you.
The same old ags, the same old set of people. Nigerians, anyway, I see why sometimes I live in Italy, and sometimes I see how the people here treat us, for example. Not that they treat us because we are bad people. They see that, you guys are from a very rich country. What are you doing here? They keep asking. But they know that our leaders keep, pushing us aside and making us look as if we are fools. I think Buhari is the best thing that has happened to Nigeria in the past 8 years. Why did I say this? Buhari called Nigerians lazy youths. I now understand why he used that terminology, because Nigerians cannot think. They are lazy upstairs. And this is why they will continue to suffer until they vote right and vote for someone who has been fighting for them all these years, but they cannot just see it. It's sad. It's very, very sad.
Well, you know what? The reason why we do what we do is just, do I even understand anymore? Do I understand? Because you do this thing over and over again. The same people that you are talking to, the same people that you are trying to explain things to. You finish explaining, they make the same mistake, and you come back after the election to continue. So I'm asking myself, if we make the mistake of choosing the wrong person, and you see all of these people, all of the people in that hall that have run Nigeria down, that have brought us to, because we all agree that where we are is a very bad place, a very bad position we found ourselves. All of these people, they will come and do all of those things they are doing, and we will allow them to control affairs, and then we'll come back and start talking about these people for the next 4 years. Am I ready? I'm not sure I'm ready to do this. So I'm not very, very sure. Honestly, I don't know how I will come and sit down again and begin to do just talk about issues. I'm not very sure. See, at this, I don't try. I have tried. At this age, I don't think I'm going to do it like before, because doing the same thing over and over again and not getting any, it be like madness. So there are Nigerians here in this country. They don't come to meeting. They don't. If I tell them anything about Nigeria, they don't know. They don't come to anything. They don't go to Nigeria church. They don't go back to Nigeria. If you see them, they are always fat. They are fat. They are nice. Their skin is nice. They don't have headache. But me, you see me every time. If you say good morning, I'll tell you what's good about the money. Do you know something happened in Lagos, Aba, Enugu, Ondo, Taraba? The news is just hitting my head left, right. It's not good for my mental health. It's not good for my mental health.
Dr. Shidi, I have to leave, but before I leave, I have to say this. Nigerians, all of you who have PVC and are in the right age to vote, please, 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 please vote for African Action Congress. This is the only man that can save us from all of this shithole that we are in. Good night.
Thank you so much, Joseph. I appreciate your coming on the show. Thank you very, very much. Guys, I have DJ Buzzy D. DJ Buzzy D, I hope you have your cloth on. I'm about to bring you in. DJ Buzzy D, are you ready?
Yes, sir. How you doing, bro? I'm just walking out, but good morning.
It's okay, it's okay. Where are you?
Dr. Chi.
Yes, yes,
Good
yes,
job.
yes.
Really, really love you here from Chicago. Love
Yes.
just waking up.
What time is it in Chicago?
We're on 10:40 right now.
Oh,
No,
10:40. Okay.
Yeah. I usually work in the night.
Oh, I see, my brother. Thanks for having you. Thanks for coming on. Thanks for coming on.
Dr. Chidi, I don't know, maybe the people of Nigeria need a factory reset on their brain. I don't know.
See, I don't know.
I'm still trying to understand when people will know the truth and they decide to follow the devil. No, that's the way I feel about the country. To be honest with you, I asked a question, and I really want to ask Aisha Yusuf. I want to ask this man. He's a Yoruba man. I'm a Yoruba too, so it doesn't really matter. I always tell people one thing.
Is it
He's a lawyer. That's the place I do.
Faru to me now.
Faru to me. Thank you so much. Those two, I really want to ask them a question. Say, if Peter Obi win this election, right?
Yes.
Can Peter Obi prosecute Atiku for that $16 billion?
For where? For where?
So being a vice to somebody, be a PDP member before, it's the same crook of these nonsense people that is still going to carry the baggage to the presidency. So I don't really know. Everything just sometimes does bother me. So, man, what is the problem? You guys see the young men. Today, I thought when I woke up, I was watching that this peace accord, and to God who made me, people that I know that I can vouch for is Omoyele Sowore. Sitting there, he walked his way. I'm telling you, people don't know. the job that girl is doing, to be honest with you, when Nigeria will get to understand what he's saying and what his belief and his ideology, I believe a lot of people will fall to him.
DJ Boss, can I tell you something? Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
For me, looking at Omoyele Sowore sitting in that seat, you don't know what he did for me. For me, that was victory.
Yes.
Do you know why that was victory for me? I looked at myself and I said, wow, only months ago, I was crying here on set. I was crying because of how they tortured Omoyele Sowore. We were doing night vigil.
Yes.
We were praying for his release.
I watch your program every night.
We were praying for his release. A lot of the women on this channel, we were praying, thinking about his wife.
Yeah.
And at that point in time, some memories just flew past me. I remember DSS holding him down inside the hall, and they were dragging him, trying to tear him to pieces. I remember Sowore falling down when they shot him on his legs, tear gas everywhere. I remember them tying his hands behind and dragging him through that hotel corridor. I remember them breaking his nose. And all that period, the same people who were laughing at him, the same people that thought they had the power to hold him down, he was sitting in their middle.
Yeah.
The son of nobody, without any money, he was sitting in their middle and they couldn't do anything to him. The DSS that was guarding the president was giving order from Asurok, and they were now Sowore was in their midst, and they could not. If they had their way, they won't let Sowore enter that hall.
Yes.
But you see how God put him in a place where they could not stop him. That is huge victory. This one is not a lawyer. It's not. If it was something do you understand? I don't know if you
understand. You know, I was one that brought this thing up. So me looking at him alone, sitting down. Dr. Chidi, let me just I want to show you something to let you know. Anytime I'm leaving my house in the morning, I want to show you this to let you know. You see this? Anytime when I'm leaving my house, this is the face I want to see before I get out. It's like somebody that I truly, truly believe in, but Nigeria need a factory reset in their brain. And one day I know they're gonna get it right. When they get it right, hey.
Remember those times when we would go to the courts?
Yeah.
Go only everybody had turned away from us. We were feeling like, this will go and rest now. Which case be that? The cases were too much. The case came from here, came from government, came from DSS, came from the party, sabotage from inside the party. All the people that were Sowore's right-hand men and women. Shame on you. Let me tell you something. Shame on you people. It's this election. Sowore, whether Sowore wins or loses, shame on you that abandoned Sowore. Let me tell you, look into my eyes. You people deserted him when he needed you most.
Most, yes.
You deserted your friend. You sold out saboteurs. Shame on you. Sowore is standing tall today.
Bro, I'm telling you.
Counted with all, look at the highest event that they're doing. He was there.
He was there, yeah. It's a victory on his own. I don't know, man.
Big victory. Shame on them. And you people, I wonder how you feel when you are, because you sneak and watch these things. When you see Sowore, those of you, you've called me and said, tell Sowore to go and rest. Right from when he was coming, I said, did he come out again? How is he going to do it? Where will he get the money for? Sowore this, Sowore that. You told other people to abandon Sowore, that even people that he brought up, you that he made you what you are today, you turned your back against it. Shame on, from friends, schoolmates, broadcasters, bloggers, you know yourselves, you abandon Sowore. Shame on you. In 2 days, this whole thing will be over. But for the rest of your life, go and mark it. I hope when you remember that you abandoned him, I hope you can sleep well. Because all this is a learning process.
Yeah.
I thought the whole thing was over.
Yeah, it's not. Like, I said something since 1999 up to today. That was like 23 years. 23 years, Lagos Ibadan Expressway is still under construction. It's not a rocket science. 23 years, we still don't have 24 hours electricity. Sowore always say this, and people don't believe. There is no economy anywhere that if you don't have electricity, if you don't have power, forget it.
For sure.
And people don't, we are voting the wrong people in, and at the end of the day, the same story every now and then. So people need a factory reset in Nigeria for them to get it right. That's how I feel. You see, the competent person, but hey, they just don't want to vote for the right people. I don't know. Maybe because of poverty, because of money, I don't know. Because they can't get. Am I right? I just don't know. What's the problem is?
You know what? I see someone says you are being emotional. I don't see. I just posted the link. Meanwhile, Pastor Charles, thank you so much for joining. Thank you, Pastor Charles. The person, Pastor Charles, can you hear me? Pastor Charles, can you hear? Okay, you can hear me. Yeah.
I don't know why the voice is so low.
Okay, but we can hear you. We can hear you clearly. Maybe you can go out and come back. If maybe someone called you while you were on the thing, but you can go sign back in, and it'll probably be nice. But someone said that I'm being emotional. You won't understand. If you're not emotional about what is happening in Nigeria, I wonder why you're still wasting your time. And that's why I respect. See you in the comment section. Don't think I'm angry with you. Anybody who can leave what they are doing and you come, even if you're cursing me, even if you're telling me, Chidi, you're an idiot, Chidi, I don't like you. The fact that you are giving your time to Nigeria's issue, that shows you are emotional. You're emotional. So don't come and tell me that if you don't feel anything, why are you here? Why are you here if you're not being emotional? I don't know for you, but I am emotional about what's going on in Nigeria. I'm emotional about people suffering. That's why I'm doing this. Charles, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Adeyemi, I also welcome you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Pastor Charles, what do you want to say?
Well, it's just quite unfortunate that Nigerians, I don't know what is wrong with Nigerian people, honestly. Like my comrade has said, that my brother from Chicago, it's like Nigeria, we need factory resetting, honestly, because I see no reason why. Okay, you know, there's a saying, a friend in need is a friend indeed.
Sure.
Whenever you are having challenges, you're having problems, this is a friend who is fighting for you, speaking for you, you know, sticking his own life for you to have peace. And you will not go against that person. I don't understand how it works at all. I don't understand how it works. You know, with me, I believe that whatever happens in this election, Sowore already is a winner. Because when you stand on the side of truth, you are a winner. It doesn't matter how people look at it or look at you. As far as you stand on the path of truth, you are a winner. People like Fela is a winner. He was a winner, and he's still a winner because his name is still ringing bell today. The other human rights lawyer, Danny Fawemi, though he's gone, he's still a winner because he stood on the side of truth, and his legacy lingers on. But what I want to say is that after this election, because the Nigerian youths who are going every single bigger than there, well, I do hope, you know, none of these guys win, but I know they can't change Nigeria. I know it. In the next 4 years, we're going to stay in the same position.
Yes.
But this will pave way for Sowore. You are close to Sowore. Please tell him not to give up. He should keep fighting. He should keep speaking the truth. I can assure you this is a time that Sowore will begin to ring in the hearts of men and women in Nigeria. You should not give up at all. Though this is a very program today, I like what that man said. I mean, the moderator. He said something when he was trying to introduce Buhari. He said Buhari has contested once, second time, third time, four times, and didn't give up. Sowore should not give up. He's our light. God has chosen to me that Sowore is the one to serve Nigeria. And I believe what God has said to me. I don't care what other men of God are saying. Because men of God are always saying different things here and there. Sometimes I don't understand. But with what in my little place here, what I saw about Sowore, I know Sowore is the man that will serve Nigeria. He has the balls, he has the willpower, and also he has the passion, he has the love for the Nigerian people. He's the one who has come up with the best policies, with the best programs, the best manifestos that will enhance, the lives of the Nigerian people. But these people, I don't know what they do behind the scene, but I know Sowore is making wave. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. There's something you say. Adeyemi, before I come to you. Okay. Listen, I was listening to someone talk about vision. I know what the person said. The person said that when God gives you a vision, that vision is scary. And that vision is like, if God gives you a vision and you have the money, you have all the money to be able to fulfill that vision, then it's not the vision from God. If God gives you a vision and that vision will come to 100% completion in your lifetime, it's not a vision from God. Because the vision that is from God is bigger than you. The vision that is from God will make you look like a tiny ant to an elephant.
Yeah.
And the vision that is from God will outlive you. The person who invented a car, they are dead, but the car continued. Fela that you're talking about, Fela is dead, but today Afrobeat is ruling the world. Do you think that vision was for Fela? If it was for Fela, it will come and die while he is there.
Yes.
So that vision, so when you see, somebody asked me here now, I said, hi, where did Sowore get money from? When Sowore stepped into this race, Sowore did not have up to, I'm telling you, he didn't have up to $1,000 in his account. I'm telling you because I knew we started raising money from scratch. There was nothing. It was going to a case to pay lawyers. His lawyers were doing pro bono for him. He will only bring money for transportation to go and money to file paper. You guys, his lawyer.
Yes.
So that is how this vision is. So when you're voting for someone because, you see money around them, you see crowd around them, you think, and the funny thing is this, I have not seen anybody, most people, 99% of them will say, Sowore is good, though. Sowore is the best thing, but. So in that your but, I hope that when things begin to happen to you, I will come and remind you of your but. I'm telling you. Go ahead, Adeyemi.
Oh, thank you very much. I think I really appreciate everyone. I came in late, so maybe I'm not in line with what is going on. But Sowore is a brother. We are from the same area, and is somebody I so much respect and appreciate. He's my brother, and I really want him because he has that drive, he has that vision, and he has a mission, which is liberating the Nigerian people. And I just see that with what is going on presently, I don't know what the major discussion has been, but I don't want to be like maybe I'm derailing or going back. But what I just see, or what I want to add is that I wish he can, for now, because if you look at it now, basically we have just 3 major parties that are in the election. So I don't know, I'm sorry, moderator, I don't know, maybe the question you asked is not what I'm answering, but I'm just trying to say this idea. I'm sorry. Can I continue?
My brother, listen, you're going to say, Sowore, go and join P2B. You're going to say anything you want. Go ahead.
No. Yeah. What I'm driving at is that because of we have three
let
parties.
Adeyemi,
Yes.
let me tell you something. That's where I get upset with people. Being apologetic, and that's when someone says I'm being emotional. Being apologetic will not help anybody. You don't have to beg. See, look, be truthful to your heart. Be truthful.
Can I say something?
No, I'm coming now. You see, once you start, you are laying the ground for what puts us in trouble. Do you understand? You're not doing Sowore a favor. If you're going to say, my brother, look, Sowore should go and join P2B, say it with all your passion.
Yes, that's what.
Wait now, Adeyemi, I'm coming to you because I gave you the mic and you are the one that created this opening. My problem with you is that in this journey we are going to, there is no, people are dying. A nation is dying. A generation is dying. People are being deceived. So this is the time when we open our mouth, and before we talk, we are talking with all conviction because we are fully sure. We don't have room for, listen to me, my brother, let me tell you something. If I don't think that Sowore has what it takes to confront those people inside that hall, if I don't think that Sowore has what it takes to lead Nigeria forward technologically, innovatively, I will not be joking with him. I will not be promoting him. But when you come and say that, I hope you don't mind.
No, you are not getting. You are getting it from the wrong angle.
Maybe that means you're not very sure of what you're going to say,
Listen,
and I have a problem with that. So
no,
go ahead,
you are not
Adeyemi.
getting it from the angle I'm talking.
To me.
The angle I'm talking is that because I don't know what you people have discussed before. That is what I'm saying.
Adeyemi, it doesn't matter. We're talking about Nigeria. We're talking about the election.
So what I'm saying now, can I continue then?
Continue.
What I'm saying now is that because of the three major parties that are there, I want him to be the one that will go for it. But if we find out that he's not, because of they are not calling, or because of the crowd pulling enough crowd to reach out to all the senatorial districts, the 6 geopolitical zones, that's what I'm saying. If it's possible, he can partner with Labour Party, of which that will create another ground for him to still go there in the next election.
What I'm
saying is, I don't want you to feel because I did not hear from what you said before.
Hold on, DJ Buzz. Okay, Adeyemi.
Yes.
You see what you have said, and Buzz, I'll let you talk. But you see what you're saying, Adeyemi. When Buhari won the election, Buhari came with money. 3 parties had pulled together, and they had the momentum, they had the crowd. And so if you were in a party like PRP or NNPC or any other smaller party, then somebody will say exactly what you're saying.
Yes.
So people, even other people, listen to people like you, and they joined the big party, and they became the big party, and then they elected Buhari, who was the presidential candidate of the big party. My question to you is, this your method that was applied in Buhari's case, are you happy with the outcome?
No.
Thank you. Since you say you're not happy with the outcome, you are asking me to go and I'm sick again. When I was sick the last time, the medicine that you told me to drink, I asked you why. You said, Chidi, this is the one that is in the market now. Everybody is selling it. Emeka is selling it. John is, Papa Ngozi is selling it. Even Mohammed is selling it in his shop. I beg now, waiting everybody they chop this one. I chopped the medicine. Not just that I chopped it, my friend died. Now I'm still alive. I'm feeling fever again. You are asking me to go and take another popular one. But somebody by the side is showing me that this other medicine has the ability to do this, do this, do this. Say, no, 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 but I should go for the one that people are taking. Does it really make sense? Is it fair? That's my question to you.
Yes, I get your question. What I'm saying too also, I get you and I understand what you're saying. I wish he has the, there's what we call structure. We want a formidable structure because Nigeria is a secular state. And as big as Nigeria is, if you don't have the structure on ground, they're still going to count it against. That is where I'm driving from. I told you, I said, this guy.
DJ Bozzy, go ahead and talk after them.
Thank you, sir. I got to say this. The Sowore ideology, people that follow Sowore will follow him with passion. I don't know. His ideology is quite different. It's just like you are telling Sowore to join, maybe PDP is raining or PDP is that member. So for Sowore to come in, who is he going to work with them?
Yes.
Who? Tell me, who is he going to work with? He's not going to work. Somebody is fighting for the Nigerian people. Not the rich, not the poor, but he's fighting for those who doesn't have anything at all. But people are not getting the message. That's why I said Nigerians need a party reset on their brain. So whatever ideology is different.
Yes.
And he will never, I know he will never join anyone of any bad wagon. No, not at all. So since 1999, Obasanjo, I always tell people, when people say maybe because I'm a Yoruba, no, it's not about Yoruba. It's not about Igbo, it's not about Hausa. I don't care who's the president in Nigeria. All I want is Nigeria that work for everybody.
Everyone. Yes.
That's the only thing I want. I don't care where you come from. Because where we live right here, we don't even know some local government chairman, we don't know them. To be honest, I live in Dorchester, somebody live in Calumet City, but we don't even know. What we do, go into my car. I just woke up now. I'm a DJ. I DJ in the club. I wake up now. I want to get coffee and go inside my car. And go, what concern me? I'm paying my tax. Everything is good for me. I don't care. Maybe somebody come from Georgia. I don't care. All we want in Nigeria is Nigeria that works for Nigerians. I always say something. When God want to create this world, do you think God cannot create this world? Okay, let me see. He showed us a sign. And what's the sign? If you can tell me today, sir. He said, let that be light. A country that does not have 24 hours electricity, forget it. It's we that will come from the south that we are helping Nigerian people back home. Because people at the north don't really travel the way it's supposed to be. God is not stupid. He said, man, let that be light. If there is no light, if Nigeria has 24 hours electricity today, some people will have a little party reset in their brain to think wisely before they make a decision. But they put everybody, some water, Obasanjo do it yes, some water. This is some water, right? It's not about Yoruba, it's not about Usa, it's not about Igbo to me. All I want Nigeria that works for every Nigerian. And Sowore is the only person that I see among them that have that capacity and that ideology. If I continue to work with these old folks, nothing will be done in Nigeria, to be honest with you. They are the one that destroyed the country. So you should go and join them because he want to be, then they can rubbish him. Then all of us can say, now look at Sowore, they say they give him money. Even without even him collecting any money, people say they give him this, they give him that. He show the party money. You understand? So,
there's something I like honest discussions. You see, I just want us to be very, very clear. Because I don't want us tomorrow to sit down and be discussing this over and over again. Let's not pretend. If we know that Omoyele Sowore is the best person. Forget about, because what I hear people, someone like you, Ademi, you're looking for someone to blame. If you know the right thing to do it. If there are 100 of us who are going to vote now, and there are 5 candidates, for instance, and you say, you know what, Sowore is the best person, you vote Sowore, and 70 people vote on competence, the person who can fix things, you vote Sowore will win. There is no way you can think that somebody is good and then you go and vote somebody that is not good. Then when the person wins, they come and start behaving like the person who is good. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't. If you know what will solve your problem as a human being, support that thing. Let me ask you another thing. Do you always make your decisions based on where plenty people are? Or do you make your decisions based on your research and what you feel is the right thing?
Chidi, I think you are misconcepting.
No, your audio is low now. Your audio is low.
Eh?
Your audio is very low.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you
hear me now?
Sure. It's okay now.
I said you are having a misconception about me. I am 100% for him. Maybe you are not getting it. I said it's not just because I'm just saying this. It's also my brother. You understand?
No, it's not about being a brother now.
No, wait. No,
okay.
No, you just said something now. You said something. You said that maybe I'm just trying to say no. What I'm saying, you see, Nigeria. Okay, we are outside. We are not there. When he was there, when we were there, when I was there, what I'm saying now is the structure for him. I don't want to like, maybe you think I'm drawing back. I am 100% die hard for him.
Ademi, let me ask you a question. Okay. The structure, since you're talking about structure now, the structure that you think Obi is riding on now, who sensitized that structure? Who sensitized that base?
Yeah.
I'm asking you, who sensitized that base?
You want to say Sowore?
No, I didn't want to say Sowore. You see, that's my problem. Why is it that I like people to talk? I don't want to say Sowore. I'm asking you. You're saying I want to.
Saying.
Okay, it's
now,
okay, my brother.
Now, okay, now.
Ademi, let me advise you. Let me advise you.
Let me tell
you. Let me advise you. No, let me not sound like I'm not.
That's what I'm saying. See, Chidi.
I don't want to say. When you get an opportunity and you're talking with someone, I'm here. It is happening live. I don't think I asked you a question. You can say the structure is not there. There's nothing like structure, but just answer. I'm asking you again. The structure that somebody like Obi is riding on, who sensitized that base? How was that base galvanized in Nigeria?
Okay, I have to make an outing. The same thing we are still saying, but maybe you are not just getting my own point. I am saying that he has to stay on that.
You are not even. If you can't answer the question, then we can't continue with the discussion now. You know, you came here to be part of a discussion. Can you answer that question, Ademi? Okay, I'm coming, Pastor Charles. Ademi.
What you are trying to draw out is. What? Sorry, I'm going out now because I have to.
Okay, I asked you that simple question. Can you answer it?
You're not getting me. But since you are not getting me, you are taking it up on that question. Then no problem.
Can you answer the question first? Can you answer the question? Okay. I think his Wi-Fi will have to connect to his phone Wi-Fi. We'll go to another person while we're waiting for him. Pastor Charles, Lake came in.
We're going to start from the crash. Yes.
Okay, Ademi is back.
cannot say you.
Adeyemi, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. Maybe when you get to where it's steady, when you're not moving, if when your connection is steady, we can take you. Pastor Charles, let's go to Lake before we come back to you, because Lake, since we've been here. Lake, go ahead, please.
Okay, Dr. Chidi, thank you for having me once again. And I know this pretty much Sowore's platform, so
yes,
I will tread with caution so that I won't step on.
No, please don't tread
because I
with
see
caution.
how you attacked Adeyemi, one, two, asking him, telling him about, who sensitized the followership of P2B and everything. I think it will be it will be very wrong for you to say that Sowore alone was the one. Just like I was listening to one useless man that calls himself, I don't want to even mention his name, that stays far away, Finland. He one day said that it was because of them. That is because of him. He was the one that brought about the followership of P2B. A lot of people made that claims, and you are laughing, but a lot of people believe him.
Lake, Lake. Let me explain myself. Let me explain myself with Adeyemi, so you understand. You're here, you can talk for yourself. Adeyemi is sounding. I'm trying to tell him that the stage where we are now is not for apologetics. He wanted to say something, but he was started by saying that, Chidi, maybe. No. Just like if you come here, I expect you, if you support P2B, to defend P2B and tell me why you think he is the right person. The reason why I asked Adeyemi that question was because of he started by saying that structure. He said that Sowore doesn't have structure. That's what he wanted to say. So I was trying to explain to him. I was building up. If he had followed me, he would have landed there. I wanted to ask him, I wanted to let him know that Peter Obi left a structured party like PDP. And when he was leaving, they laughed at him and they said, you are going to a place without structure. And a Labour Party adopted what we had said before, that, listen, it is the people that are the structure. And that is the truth. But you see now, Adeyemi is confused because he doesn't understand that thing that he's saying, that thing that is his offer for why Sowore should join the big parties doesn't work anymore. So I'm trying to tell him that what P2B is riding on, which is that people's structure, is what for so many years, when P2B was in PDP, P2B wasn't pro people's structure. P2B was pro the established. PDP is not like a Labour Party. You know that very well. Even Labour Party, the Labour Party that we know, is not the obedient Labour Party. You know that very well. Unless you think I don't understand. Obedient movement is a movement that is organic, that is is riding on the gains of Revolution Now, Take It Back, and the NSAS movement. That is the woke culture, the woke youth. That is what they are riding. It's not PDP. It's not APC. Otherwise, you don't know what you're talking about. That's where we are today. So I was trying to make Adeyemi understand that this structure that you're seeing right now, that everybody is benefiting for, was paid for on the streets. It was built on the barricades. That's how we came about where we are today. Oh, Aisha Yusufi that everybody is clapping for. When Aisha, how? Where was I? Was it not with Sowore?
Yes. No, from bringing back our girls. Yeah.
Pharaoh to me, was it not with Sowore? Was it NSAS? Sowore did the first Zoom meeting. Forget all the propaganda where they say, no, it's not Sowore. They now turned around and said that Sowore came to hijack the movement. It was laughable. My brother, I followed to contribute more. I'm not telling you like an outsider. I'm telling you like an insider. So when people like this guy, he doesn't know, he's not even an obedient. That's what I'm trying to tell him. What he's saying doesn't make sense. Even Obi himself understands Sowore and whatever relationship they have more than this Adeyemi. That's my problem with him. He's not talking boldly and confidently. like maybe
Yeah.
somebody like you.
Yeah, maybe I think that is you are right, because he was pretty much scared of Showere's people.
Exactly.
but the truth is that if you say that Obi rode on the NSAS movement, it is true, because the NSAS movement was generally mainly people that are dissatisfied with the government, people that are fed up with the government and everything. And if you remember, I remember that when one of the days that Sowore came out during that NSAS protest in Abuja, people wanted to kick him out. Yeah, people tried kicking him out from that protest. So people saw him as somebody that brought this Buhari establishment to us, because I can bring out the video. You understand? That was what some people felt like. So, and also, honestly, it wouldn't be good for Sowore to endorse anybody. What he's doing, he should be doing it. Whatever he's doing, you understand, he should stick to it, keep doing it. I see Sowore more as an activist than a politician. I don't think the way Nigeria is now, the kind of attitude we have in Nigeria, it will be difficult for an activist to play that politician role. He should be doing what he's doing. Peter Obi respects Sowore very well. If you imagine, I think the last time they met, Peter Obi asked him, please put your voice in this thing. They are killing Labour Party people. And he told Peter Obi that, oh, maybe you are not following me. He has done that already. He did it already. So that is Sowore. And I will respect him for that. But when it comes to politics and management, I cannot come out and say, "Oh, Sowore will do better," because I can't hold on to something where he has managed when it comes to economy or there, but I can't hold on to that and say, "Okay, look at what Sowore did here." But when it comes to his heart and what he believes in, I trust him that if Sowore wants what he believes in, he will want to do. He wouldn't want to cut corners. But in politics, even where you stay in Canada, politics, there is a lot of give and take. You have to bend. Most times they bend. But Sowore is not that kind of person. That is why I don't know, for this kind of Nigeria we are in now, Sowore might not be the perfect person. He's a good guy. In fact, even if people are saying, if EFCC this thing, if you put Sowore in EFCC or any place, even the president, if the president is doing something wrong, he will go to arrest that president. You understand? And that is the thing. So Sowore is good. He's a good guy. He should keep on doing what he's doing. Anybody that is telling him to go and support somebody, even to support P2B, I think that is
Okay.
very bad advice.
Thank you, Lake. Thank you very much. You see what I was trying to get at, and that was why Adeyemi didn't understand me. You are entitled to your opinion, whether they are right or wrong, and you're saying it based on what you feel. Now, I'm going to go to Abiodun so that I don't take up the whole time.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Chidi, and thank you, Mr. Lake. I like the side you took, and I'm just an observant from outside all the while, and I only met Sowore once during Lagos Marathon in 2019, and I took a picture with him. I love that picture much more than taking a picture with the President of America, because for me, that's our own freedom fighter. Now, to respond to your point, just from observing from a distance, like I said, I don't have anything personal or one-on-one relationship with him. You say that you might not be able to handle management just because he's an activist, and based on today's Nigeria, we need someone who might be able to do management. I hope you know, brother, that first, apart from him fighting for for justice and for the people, Sowore has a master's in public administration. I don't know any one of these top contendants who has that level of education in public administration and from Columbia University. Columbia should be one of top 10 or top 20 universities in the world. Sowore has a master's in public administration. So beyond all that he is doing, right, you can tell that he understands public administration. That's number one. Then when you listen to Sowore, when he talks, right, ask Sowore a question in his dream. Wake him up at any time. Ask him about economics of scale. Ask him about production challenges in Nigeria. Ask him about human resource. Ask him about banking. Sowore can sit with Emefiele in a debate about CBN in Nigeria and win Emefiele. Sowore was the one who started the idea of minimum living wage and not minimum wage. I watched Dati's interview on channels recently, and he was saying that they will pay people living wage, within the first 1.5 years, and they will come up with all of those things. All these things they are saying now, a lot of things they are saying in Labour Party, they learnt it or took it verbatim from Sowore. Last election, when he was having this conversation with Kingsley Moghalu, and they asked Kingsley Moghalu, will he increase? Because they were saying, when Sowore said he was going to pay 100,000 minimum wage, guess what people were saying? They said it will cost inflation, it will cost this. Yesterday, Channel's interview of Dr. Dati, they said, where will you have money to pay new salary? He said, we have money. That is Sowore's line. He always says that we have money. He will block all the loopholes, immediately make money from the gas company, and we will be able to fund ourselves. Now, he's not a politician. People say he's not a politician. The truth is this: when you wine and dine with the devil and you compromise a little bit, which is what people are asking him to do, join this, join that. When I wine and dine with the devil, I'm literally complicit, particularly when you work with them. If they now do anything, right, I cannot say anything against them again. I was in Nigeria up until last year. I told this to Dr. Chidi the last time, and I tried to do business. I worked in the oil and gas. I was making money, doing fine, coming to America on vacation regularly, chopping my own life, easy going. But when you get passionate about Nigeria, you pay a price that sometimes you ask yourself that, why am I doing this? Because you look foolish in the midst of your other friends that are, advancing in their career. I decided that, okay, you know what? People are dying needlessly and repeatedly to preventable circumstances all the time. Ojuelegba alone, truck has fallen multiple times to kill people. The same spot, the same style, the same way. Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, somebody mentioned it earlier. It has killed more people than, I don't know any other roads in Nigeria, and they'll be fixing it forever. Now, the question is this. I came to the US, learned, trained, and all of that. Imagine now asking me that I cannot fix because I don't have public management experience in Nigeria. Because of that, I cannot fix the problem. But I've been trained. I've learned all the skills. I've learned all the arts. But the thing is this: to get work done in Nigeria, I tried to work with the government. I went to different states, reached out to them. Compromise is the order of the day. They want, and the moment you compromise, you can't deliver quality because you would have compromised part of the funds that you should use to deliver quality. So what you think is politics in Nigeria is compromise. It's a game of compromise, and it doesn't need to compromise to get things done. Now, what they were saying earlier is that Peter Obi rode on something that would have been a very good opportunity for Sowore to actually get in there. Some way, somehow, whether it's the forces or the people or strategy of those politicians, they kind of show Peter Obi is the one benefiting from some of the struggles that he fought for. Remember, there was a time Gani Fawayemi got so tired that he started National Conscience Party and he tried to be president of the country. Even Femi Falana contested in Ekiti to be governor of Ekiti one time. Because when this thing gets to you, when you get really passionate and boiling, you want to go there and fix it yourself. And Sowore is not compromising with all of it. Do you know why? Because he knows that Nigeria has a fundamental problem that Peter Obi is not addressing. One is the Constitution, right? And even the best of lawyers with what's the name of this other man that just became a professor?
Is it Afabala?
Lawyer. He will tell. No, not Afabala. The other one is Niger Delta, I think. It was I've forgotten his name. I'll remember now. He just became a. He will tell you that the foundation.
Festus Keyamo.
No, not Keyamo.
Okay.
He's the lawyer that this person hired now, Desiani hired. But I mean, he's very vocal. Like, it's Niger Delta, I think is his name. You know him. He's a very popular person. Is it Ozokome? Ozokome, yes. Mike is
okay. That's Nnamdi Kanu. I didn't know you. Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer now.
Yeah, he would always tell you that the foundation of Nigeria, upon which Nigeria was built, which is the Constitution, is in itself faulty. And this is one of the things that Sowore has never compromised on. He is coming to want to start from that point, and he will use the people. They will ask him all sorts of questions. Now, my point is that Mandela was a freedom fighter. He was an activist. He became a president. Did he make good in South Africa? Yes, he did. So that concept of, oh, activists cannot be good leader. I am an activist in my own right. When I was in Obafemi Awolowo University, I thought in year one, I thought I was going to be student union president in my final year. It was just some circumstance that made me not contest. Well, I contested at the level of my department and I won. But my point is that because you have that desire to fight for the people or fight for the innocent, the downtrodden, the desire, those that have been inflicted on with injustice, it doesn't take away the fact that you can actually you can manage. I manage my business. Sowore started, he's not a journalist by training. He started Sahara Reporters. And I'm not sure, somebody needs to wake up one day and do how much of good Sahara Reporters has done to Nigeria.
Abiodun, listen, and I love, I love your submissions. And this, you see, we must decide, and that's what I want us to on. That's really, it's self-realization that this whole thing is all about. Somebody is telling me that Dupe Limbo said it's not about who started first and who. No, that we're not fighting, but we're telling ourselves the truth. You understand? We have to recognize when we have said that this one is the best, but based on we are going to choose what is not the best. I know some people in Labour Party, they find it difficult to accept. See, you see, when people come and say, Sowore has no experience, in politics, there are lines that are pushed out there. There are rhetorics that are pushed out. There are political lines that are put out there, and they are continuously, pushed and pushed and pushed, and the people hear it over and over again till they begin to say, "This, let Sowore become EFCC chairman." They just continue pushing it until people who don't support him start pushing it. It is a place to run to. They have made it. It's a guilt trip. People who are on a guilt trip, their heart is telling them that Sowore is the best, but they are like, okay, let me just say this and not. You understand what I'm saying? But let me tell you something that is more important. And people who are Christians, who understand the parable of the talents, you will not be focusing on what somebody was able not to do. Because the parable of the talent does not focus on the fact that somebody else did business with 1 million and they gained only 100,000. No, the parable of the talent is concerned in the fact that one person was given $1 and they made $200. They see the percentage with which they tripled. That is what is important. So when you talk about, and they say Sowore did not hold any public office, so we can't judge him. That is like you saying that the person you give 100 naira to start akara business, and by the next time you came, they have made that akara business so much so that from pushing wheelbarrow, they now have keke napep. You know, say, no, I need to see the person who was driving Okada and is now driving taxi and is now driving a bus. That's the only person who can turn things over. No. The fact that Sowore way back, you see, everybody who talks about, they acknowledge all these things that he did. And yet you go back and you say, no, it cannot be measured. His progress can be measured all the time. Let me even break it down to how, and I said this before in my broadcast, when you talk about all of these people that you think have been tested, those of them who have been governors in the past, Tinubu, it's not only Sowore, Tinubu, Kwankwaso, Obi, they were governors before. They influenced and affected their individual states. Remember, these were the people that they had influence over. They affected their states. Sowore, show me the one state that Sowore affected or influenced. None. What Sowore affected and influenced is all the states. All the states. Sowore's activity was not benefiting Anambra. Showore's activity was not restricted to Ondo State. No, when Sowore fought and won independence for Nigeria, his victory affected the whole 36 states of the Federation. So ask me, is it what that person did, that person's singular activity with other people, other activists that saw to what you are doing today, was that more important than the people that came back and now did whatever they did based on that victory that was won so many years ago? And what they, yes, they did well. They did well in Lagos State. They did well in Anambra State. They did well in Kano State. But wasn't that? So if you're thinking about testing people, will you not now bring the person whom his thinking, his ideology, his vision is national, has always been national, never localized, never. There is nothing that Sowore is ever planning that was restricted to one place. I'm telling you. And if experience was anything to count by, how come all these people who have had experience, all their total experience put together, brought Nigeria to the point where we had NSAS? That means none of them was experienced enough to push us any forward. But Sowore himself will stay on a mobile device, on his laptop, and build a company. You know what it's like? It's like Bezos comes with his laptop and you say, show me your company building. He say, I don't have. Zuckerberg comes, show me your company building. I don't have. Show me your equipment that you're going to use, your factory. I don't have. What do you have? I just have my mobile device. That's where my company is. You will laugh at him. But these people have built multi-billion-dollar companies. See, that's the problem with Sowore. When Sowore and AC people talk, we are very futuristic. But people come, just like now, when Sowore did campaign in 2019, he did town hall. He did all those traveling all around. He raised money by crowdfunding. Everybody was laughing at him. P2B was in PDP. P2B did not see the system that Sowore was working right now. You know, I know people don't like it when I talk like this. All of these things was not his style. He went where his ideology and his way of thinking rhymed with. Sowore never jumped for, he had his own ideology. People didn't understand it. When we were done with 2019 election, come to this 2022, 2023, all of the ideologies, all the systems, all the processes that Sowore brought into the system, that's what everybody adopted. In 2019, no political party had GoFundMe. We were the ones that had GoFundMe. Nobody did town hall meeting. We started doing town hall meeting even before the election. Then Osibanjo started doing town hall meeting. Now this time around, they're asking us for crowd. Where is our rally? We're not doing rally. We're not. By the next election, that's when you will discover what Sowore did this time around, and that's what we'll be doing. So it is not okay for people can say it and think it makes sense. It doesn't really make sense. So Zuckerberg, is it Zuckerberg or Zuckerberg? He did not have another company for you to test before he founded Facebook. He just signed into Facebook because it was working. Nobody asked him to show us what he had done before. Shebi was a student, just a graduate of which university was that? And that's how they started. It was a laughable thing. Some people say that, remember when he went public, they said Facebook shares will just disappear within a short time. No, it didn't disappear. It's there. So if you see people who have built these companies, why would you come back? If Sowore, listen, my brother, if Showore's focus was in making money, Sowore would be a billionaire with Sahara Reporters. If his money, if his eye was only on the money, look at Linda Ikeji. Linda Ikeji is probably more richer than Amoyele Sowore, but Linda Ikeji was just local, doing her own thing. But Sowore just focused on the people, did not take any advert from any government official. That's why when people say, oh, he supported Buhari, it's very laughable. Because you will not see it. He didn't take advice from anybody. What I'm trying to say, Lake, and I'll let other people talk, is as we go into the elections, let's keep telling ourselves the truth, because me, record what I'm going to say right now. People are in for a shock in Nigeria. So what I'm saying now is, after that shock happens, let us come back and play this tape and let us know where to blame ourselves. Because unfortunately, I know I might not want to be part of this discussion, but I know the kind of person I am. It won't let me. I still find me coming to discuss this thing. That's the only thing. That's the only thing why I'm putting these things on the ground. Whether Atiku wins, who wins, we will come back and tell ourselves this truth. DJ, let Charles talk, and then I'll come back to you.
Dr. Chidi, thank you so much. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. So, you know, the people who always say that Sowore should join Obi, I don't understand what they mean by that, because you and I know that after this election, whether Obi wins or loses, Obi will go back to either PDP or APC. Obi can never stay with Labour. You know, and I know. And also, if Obi, Sowore join Obi, personally myself, I will never trust Sowore anymore. I will never trust him anymore, because I knew what he stands for. I knew that he wants a total liberation, a total change from those people who destroy Nigeria. So to me, Sowore is like a reset button, you know, as far as Nigeria is concerned. So if Sowore now go, and because he wants to be smart, he wants to play game the way we want them to be. You know, most of us want these guys to be somehow, you know, to apply some kind of logic, you know, and just, you know, make so that it can gather
compromise,
more
compromise, bend,
compromise, like it. To me, that is why we always remain where we are. I remember this Obi, when the Obi came on board, then I said, okay, let me check it very well, because I don't, you know that time now, these people don't really know that too much. I said, okay, let me go and play his videos, just get to know Obi. Then Obi, I saw one of his videos. Obi himself, in his mouth, he was saying that any politician who is jumping from one party to another is not fit to be a leader, has no character, has no integrity. Do you know that video, I went back again to look at it, they have removed that video. It's no more there. I said, what? So Obi by himself has said that any politician who is jumping from one place to another, don't trust that politician. You know? And Obi himself, during one of his rally in Abuja, he said the day he will leave Abuja, that day, he even place a curse on himself and his family. This same Obi, you know, Obi also said that when he went to Chatham House, he said he paid all his when he was a governor, he paid all his contractors, he did all the dime. But I saw another video, another news, you know, that came up about 8 years ago. And that news, they were saying how much contractors Obi owe, you know, and he is lying to the public that he is not owing any contractor. Honestly, Nigeria are in for a shock.
Pastor
Charles, shock is coming again.
Pastor Charles, I'm coming. See why I put this thing up, Justice Squad. Justice Squad, I like interactions. And this wasn't supposed to just be about Sowore and Obi, but we'll just discuss whatever is on the table. Justice asked a question that he said the examples I am making is just personal example, that we are talking about public office, not personal business. Now I've answered this question before, but let me explain this, and let me put this on let me explain this. Give me 1 second. Okay. So people, and this came to me while I was broadcasting. Somebody said that Sowore has not held public office. So I now try to analyze to the person. It's just unfortunate how we see things. We think that the public servant is the man who goes to work at the secretariat, ministry, carrying a file. So, Justice Court, listen to me very carefully. You said that the examples I gave, that those examples are personal. But let's look at this. The public servant is somebody that you see that goes to work in the interest of the public. So that man who goes to work in the ministry, that guy who is a commissioner, that guy who is a councillor, that guy who is a governor, is the only one that you see as a public servant. And yet, a certain man goes out there, risks his life, gets shot out, gets imprisoned, always going out there to smoke tear gas. For what? In the interest of the public. But you look around and you say that person is not a public servant. You see, education will make us understand that it's not just what the physical things we see. We need to see deeper than that. So now ask me, the person who goes out there as an activist who has been fighting for who? Was Sowore fighting for his personal business that you say his activities were personal? If you actually agree that he's an activist, what was all his fights for? When he fought the military, was it so that the military will stop attacking his house? Do you understand? It's just lack of education. So do you see clearly now that the person you thought does not have an experience in public service has served the public for more than 33 years of his life? Go and check that out. So I just needed to make that point so we understand. DJ Bozzy. DJ Bozzy, your mic is off. Okay, it's on now. It's on now. It's on now.
You said there was a video link. You said there was a video that came out that Sowore publicly supports Buhari.
Who said so?
Which is not true.
Who said
not
it?
true. Sowore was the one. Sowore was the one that put that video out on Sahara Network. And the reason is that time Sowore was a reporter. He said they went to report the result. When it was coming out, somebody said, this is the man, the Sahara reporter. You know how big Sahara reporter is there. That's why people come around. You understand, to join in. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. I just put you on focus. We can hear you.
Yeah. So that's when people come around, people that support Buhari come around and start jubilating with it. So Sowore was the one that publicly put out in there. That's number one. Number two that I want to talk about, you talking about the experience. My brother, since 1999 to 2023, my brother, do we have 24 hours electricity in Nigeria?
Let's ask them. Good question.
Because when we're talking about this experience that people talk about, since 1999 to 2023, my brother, do we have a good road network in Nigeria?
No.
Because I've asked like 5 questions, so when you can answer me quietly and be sincere with yourself. Since 1999, my brother, do we have good hospitals that can take care of our people? My brother, since 19, because we're talking about experience now, but I will come out with experience that will tell you that Sowore has. Okay, since 1999, my brother, how many times our university closed for 9 months, 2 years? Since 1999, my brother, up to this present moment, you see how people are dying on the street? You see hunger, starvation everywhere? Bandits, Boko Haram, people get shot, people get killed. And we have all this experienced man that you talking about now. The experienced man that we can get against the experience. Those people supposed to be rotting in jail, all of them. If it's a society that is working, my brother, Those people from Obasanjo up to down, all of them will be rotting in jail. I want to show you something. I live in Chicago here. My 13 years in Chicago, there's a road called downline. This downline, since I've been here, my brother, I never see they repair this road for one. And this road, you will travel for like 1 hour, 30 minutes. It's a major road. It will lead you straight to O'Hare Airport. They never, because they be honest, is when I come to this country, I know what they call how to do a good road. You will see it just going wide, nothing underneath. That was built for 50 years before they can pitch anything on that road. That is the sincerity and conviction that Sowore has. My brother, I'm not saying though, please not good though. I'm not, but me, I always say it. I'm a Yoruba guy. I don't care who's the president of Nigeria. All I want is the Nigeria that works for each and every one of us. So when we are talking about experience, so those are not experience. Experience of what does it take? Somebody told me one day, maybe Dr. Chidi, please, I will stop very soon. Somebody told me one day, say Rome is not building, they don't compare America to Nigeria. I said, man, when they are building Rome, then they use one point to build Rome for 100 years. Do you know what they use to build road now? They use skyscraper. It won't take you time. If you are being honest and you have a passion for that country, my brother, they don't have no experience. All of them combined together. There's no single experience. Experience that they got is stealing and let our people die in starvation. That's what they have.
DJ Buzzy, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We just had someone. Abiodo, I'm going to come back to you. We have someone join us.
Give me a minute, brother.
Ikenna Okoye. Ikenna Okoye is going to attack me, so let's just get ready for it. No, it's my old. Oh my goodness! Ikenna, come back. Oh. This is my friend. This is my brother. This is my old schoolmate. We go way back, but he's an obedient man to the cause. So, please, Sowore people, stop attacking my friend. Ikenna. While we're waiting for Ikenna, Abiodun, go on.
Okay, so I was just going to say something in line, with respect to the experience that people have been talking about, right? And we should always like to compare apple for apple. And I mean, in my case, I use myself as an example.
Okay, Abiodun, sorry, Ikenna is back. Ikenna, go ahead. Let me take out this one.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'm. The thing is, I can understand, and I want to voice the same thing that what's his name already made mention of, a lake. Yes. The truth of the matter is this. As an employer, because if we are employing somebody to be president.
Sure.
And as an employer, the first thing you ask candidates that are seeking for employment would be, can I see your resume? Let me see the services you have rendered in the past that that we can use actually to. Sometimes you can apply for a job that you haven't done before. That doesn't mean that you can't do that job. But
thank you.
For a position as that of a president, I have to see something. Let me see you manage something like a local government, something like, it has to be in your resume. You can't just go and hire a Sowore when there are other people in that, I don't know all the 16 or 18 candidates. We already know, Atiku and my big friend in Lagos, we know how they manage, the things that they manage. But Peter Obi, amongst everyone that is in that list, is the only person who, when he did manage, never stole, never took anything. Let us even start from there. And that is one thing counting for him. Sowore has not managed anything. We don't know how he's going to manage. You understand? He hasn't been. Yes.
Ikenna, I want to ask you this question to help us understand where you're going, because you seem to be contradicting.
Yeah, please.
yourself.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
You said now that as an employer, when people come, you want to see what they have managed, and you also say that it doesn't mean that you have to have done that job for which you're being hired, for you to be hired. So now, in P2B's case, are you being specific? Because that's where I get confused. Are you trying to say he is good?
Okay, yes,
I'm
being
coming, Ikenna, so that you answer my question. Are you trying to say he is good to be president because he was governor, or he is good to be president because he has managed resources handed over to him before?
All of the you can tick all of the above, all of everything that you just said. He has managed and managed well. He has been a governor, that's one. Secondly, he has everything that you need on a resume for that particular position.
Okay,
thank you. Unfortunately, yes. So unfortunately, Sowore don't.
Okay. So the other question is this, because I'm going to come over to Sowore. I'm going to come over to Sowore.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask you, because one thing I wanted you to know is that in that thing that P2B has done, let's take it that P2B did well as governor, but we have seen that there are some people in that whole list that you have said, like you have said now, who were governors, which you believe did not do well. So being a governor is not a criteria for you to be president. That's one thing I wanted you to establish. Otherwise, Tinubu will be good. Kwankwaso will be good. So governor is not a criteria. That's why I want let us shift away from the governor part. Let us focus on ability to manage what has been committed in your hand. Because even you, my brother, you are I don't want to mention your area of specialization, the industry you work in, but you know that even in that industry, every day they keep on bringing out new systems, new ways of doing things. Sometimes you have to go for the training.
Yes.
Yes, you do that all the time. It's a very dynamic industry. Now, when it comes to P2B's case, I will want to focus on his ability to manage resources that that has been committed to him, because the reason why, if he did well in Anambra State, I want to believe it is because of his business, his adventures in business, his ability to manage his business. He calls himself a trader. I would love those that are selling him to realize that because he did well in managing his business, that's why he felt comfortable to manage a state. That is the resume that he has. That is the ability he has, that even if you drop him in the middle of a desert where there is no Anambra State to manage, where there is no Nigeria to manage, he will know how to make something out of the sand there. That is what I want us to focus on. Let us now move over to Sowore. Let's move over to Sowore. You look at Sowore. If somebody looks at Sowore and says they don't know what Sowore has been able to do, that is like going to Facebook again and saying, I don't know what Facebook achieved. Without what did he achieve? It's like looking at Bezos and saying he didn't achieve anything with Amazon. It's like looking at.
I'm not sure where you're going. I'm not sure where you're going with that. Can you?
So where I'm going with it now? I'm going to tell you where I'm going with it. Where I'm trying to go with it is that you would look at Sowore, who fought the military, and with other people, not only him, they focused and they got us independence. You can't deny that of him. That's number one. Number two is that I'm coming. Number two again, because I've not heard anybody that says, oh, Sowore is not an activist, he didn't do anything. Number two is that Sowore takes, caller on the line, just stand by. Sowore takes Sahara reporters from nothing. You live in America, you understand the American dream. And that is what we have to show our kids. He takes Sahara reporters, he builds it into a world-class company out of his laptop. And because through Sahara reporters, CNN was making reference to Sahara reporters, Al Jazeera, and he exposed corruption. That's why people in Obi's camp will say, oh, we'll make sure EFC minister. They know what he was able to do. He exposed, people make reference to Sahara reporters. You say, even Sahara reporters said it. That we cannot deny him. So when you say that Sowore has not been tested in his ability to take nothing and grow it into a big world-class company. That is not true. I just want to correct that aspect. So anytime as an employer, you want to hire someone, you don't always compare apples to apples. Those companies that compare apples to apples, guess what happens to them? They don't grow. Because I will say this.
One more, please. I don't want. Yes, I don't. Yes,
I will say this,
okay.
and so you don't lose your line of thought. If you look at people like Canon and Agfa, and Fuji, that's what happened to them. Fuji and Agfa, they kept hiring managers who understood how to develop films. Canon was busy hiring people who had the IT because they were going digital. People like Fuji refused to go digital. They were hiring people who had experience in what they already knew. So in hiring people, you are smart when you hire the person who has the technological know-how, who can take your company from where you are to something you cannot even see. Not always somebody who has done that thing that you know. You have the mic.
Okay, so just one thing, so you understand. I don't know. You work in the private. You are a boss on your own. So you don't go for anybody to hire you. People like us that work for companies.
People hire
we
me.
have to write. No, your resume will be is different from our own resumes. But let me tell you how big companies. I've worked for a company like Shell here in the United States. When a company like Shell wants to hire you, they scout you first, they throw a recruiter, and when they call you and you pass their examination or whatever, whatever test, that they give you, they first of all take you to a training. You can be in a Shell university for 6 months just learning how their system works. Now, there is another type of hire that they do. Every big company does that. They call it experienced hire. And another, another type of hire would be somebody who is not experienced. So when you are not experienced, or when you haven't worked in that industry, or when you haven't worked for Shell per se, they are going to take you into their system and teach you. Maybe for 6 months, you are going to be going to school every time until you understand their system. But those people they call experienced hire. As soon as those people are hired, they are sent to work. Why? Because they are already experienced in that job. So in the case of Sowore and Obis and the Kwankwazos and the Tinumbus, to be honest with you, for a hiring manager, a Tinumbu is an experienced hire. An Atiku is an experienced hire. A Kwankwazo is an experienced hire. Unfortunately, Showore's activism did not or doesn't qualify him as an experienced hire. Don't get me wrong, he can be a good recruit.
Will you hire Tinubu over Sowore?
To be honest with you, if I am looking for somebody to go to work today, I will hire Tinubu, but put 2 people to be watching him. That I can tell you that. But for if I hire Sowore, no, I'm just looking. Hold on. Did you hear what I said? I said I will hire him and put him in a place where 2 people will be watching him. But if I hire Sowore, first of all, I'm not going to pay him the same with a Tinubu, because Tinubu is an experienced hire. But Sowore, when I hire him, I want to take him and give him a real thorough training to understand that job. And that is what I am talking about. I'm not saying Sowore is not a good guy.
Okay, I understand.
And like somebody have alluded to. Yes.
I understand what you're saying now, but let me ask you this question. Somebody, not me, somebody put it up there. They asked you, before Peter Obi became the governor, which office of governor did he hold to have experience to be hired as governor?
No.
Okay, so, just so you understand, he has been a chairman of a bank. Do you know what it means to be a chairman of? He has handled companies abroad, companies that actually trade in millions of not even dollars, pounds. He has according to if you he has the highest credit rating in Britain. For people of that caliber, you cannot. I mean, you can't equate him with a Sowore. I'm sorry to say this, but Sowore is a good man. He's a good activist. Most times, when you can as good as an engineer, as good as a doctor is, he cannot build a house like you. You understand? If he wants to build a house, he has to come under your tutorship. You teach him what is needed to be an architect. You understand? An engineer can build a house.
In that example, you see, as much as I appreciate your appreciating my profession, but you know that you, not being a builder, you can establish a real estate company and hire an architect. So that is how it works. You don't have to be an architect.
Is that what we want? Is that what we want? Do we want to hire a Sowore for him to hire somebody else that will work?
No, Ikenna, there is no president. No, there is no president who is going to be
that knows it all. Yes, I understand.
No, he's not going to be Minister of Education, Minister of Economic Planning. There's no, and if any, that is why there is no one person who is the messiah. Any good president, it's about managing everybody else. P2B becomes president, as good as he was. It is not because he was a governor. That's what I'm sure we have established now. It is his ability to know who to appoint and who to manage. I'm telling you, and anybody, see, Ikenna, let me tell you something. And forget about this politics. You know, you're an intelligent person. We know right now we're in a political season. You have a candidate, I have a candidate. In 2 days' time, we will continue discussing. Unfortunately, a lot of people who are interested in politics now, after 2 days, they will go about, they won't even be interested in all of these things, which is where we have a problem. But you know very well that it is not just your ability to repeat. That's why they keep saying you have to be a governor to be a president. Show me all these people have experience.
No, I don't think so.
It's definitely not it. It is, and this, let me also correct you guys. This thing you keep saying, an activist cannot be a president. There is no position, no. There is no, you don't go and become an activist. You become an activist by your activities. It is your ability to fight for justice for the people, your ability to defend your people. That is what made you an activist. And a leader who doesn't have a vision for the people, that person, I don't care the kind of management capability you have, you're not going to go anywhere. But anyway, it's been me and you talking. Let me allow somebody else to talk. Lake, go ahead.
Yeah, honestly, I think he can just talk. Actually, he said almost everything I would wanted to say, in rebuttal. First and foremost, I want to say something. The devil we know is always better than the angel we don't know. No, hold on. Let me have my time.
I'll let you talk, but every time you talk about this, you have your time. You have your time.
And when Ikenna was trying to mention, was talking about experience, the question I will have asked, he said it all. I will have asked Abiodun, talking about an engineer, which I'm also an engineer. I know that when going for a job, applying for a job, or putting in my bill or for something to get a contract, I will also put in my resume, like what I've done, the jobs I've done, and what if references from my clients, what they say about me. All those things are needed. And Sowore, unfortunately, doesn't have that. There is something Dr. Chidi said one time. You understand? And I took it.
Like, let me ask you this question, and I'm not cutting your time, but
hold on, before I lose my chain of thought, please.
Okay,
sorry, don't be offended.
Go ahead,
please.
go ahead.
There's something you said one time when I was watching your show. That was a couple of weeks ago. You said that when Sowore wanted to come out to become the president, you asked him why, why do you really want to come out? What is the need? Why do you want to come out again? Like, knowing fully well that the Nigerian state is so corrupt, and they will still do their ojoro and then put whoever they want to put. And you said, from your own mouth, you said that Sowore answered that he needs to be there. If he's not a contestant, he wouldn't have the opportunity, from your own example, to come and meet the former head of state and tell him to his face about what he has been doing to Nigeria. So, in a nutshell,
that's not the reason for coming out to contest.
That was your videos. You don't delete your videos. You can go back.
No. See, you don't bob my head in my absence now. I'm here. See, my brother. If P2B did not contest, listen now, P2B, so that you understand the context upon which I'm speaking. If there is no P2B, you will not have you will only be left with we will be left with this our man in Lagos, with Emilio Kon and Atiku. Is that what you wanted? That will not be fair. So Sowore being there is an opportunity to have someone from the other side. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that if he was not there, he would not have had the opportunity to have that encounter that he had with those people. I hope you understand what I'm saying. It's not that the reason why he came out is that so he can go and...
you just go. Maybe we'll go back and then see that video again. I think it's a couple of weeks.
But Lake, does it make sense? Does it make sense to say that the reason?
No, the thing
how
that
many
you
times
said
did he
that.
meet them? How many times did he meet them?
You said that the reason why he's coming out is to make a statement.
No.
That is the thing.
See, Lake, I am here. Like I said, you can't be babbing I'm here for you. I'm here to answer for myself. No, Lake, you want to trivialize what we're saying,
don't worry, go ahead.
or play on semantics. You can do that, but you know the reason why it is important. The reason why we are even discussing, and you said something. You said people who are telling Sowore to join P2B. See, a P2B is important in this election. And Asiwaju is even important, because if Bola Tinubu was not in this election and you only had the P2Bs and the Sowores, we will be saying, like you say the devil we know is better. You will come and say, hey, we would have brought the devil. See, all these people we're having here as good people. But it's good that somebody like Asiwaju is there, so that we can make reference and see, can you imagine that some people are even willing to vote for Tinubu? You will not believe it. If somebody told you that, do you know that even someone like Tinubu, if Tinubu was contesting, people will vote for him, you say it's a lie to Fiakwa. But the fact that Tinubu is there and people are voting for him, it shows you the kind of Nigeria that we have. So it is good that people like Sowore are there, because what he brings to the table, like for instance, you know what I asked somebody late? I said, how can you be telling Sowore to come and collapse whatever he's doing and join P2B? Do you understand what it means to be in a race? In a race, everybody stands in the line and say, on your marks, and then they blow the whistle or they shoot the gun. Have you ever seen that somebody who is in a race, he leaves his own lane, then he jumps and he says he should come and support P2B so that P2B will win? Which person? Where has that happened? Everybody runs their race to win. It is not, you can't be relying that, no, what the other person doing has nothing to do with you. You train for the race, you come there, you stay on your lane, and you continue, and you get to the finishing point, and they give you the prize. But if you come and think that ideology doesn't make sense, you tell the person in the race, leave your lane, come and pursue the other person who is running. How does that person's running? It has never helped.
You're comparing.
No, can I say something? I think
Apples to
you cut me
oranges,
off.
but you know, yeah.
No, but because but you were comparing apples to oranges.
No, he's the moderator.
Eh?
Yeah, he's the moderator. Like he has the mic. Let him. Yeah.
No, go ahead, Nick. Sorry.
Sowore is his boy. So.
Okay. I think let's move on from that.
Okay, let's move on from this. Abiodun was going to say something. Oh, sorry, we have Babatunde, but Abiodun, keep it short so that Babatunde can say something.
Okay, great. I would actually like to speak directly to Mr. Slake and then Okoye. And to start with Mr. Okoye, I started just the way you said you used to work with Shell. I started with British Gas back in the day. So I understand the oil and gas industry. I worked from there. So I know how the SCP...
Abiodun,
yes?
Sorry. The thing I wanted to tell Lake when you were talking about employment, and I know Iken has said the same thing. The funny thing is this. Sowore is not someone looking for a job. Sowores are Elon Musk. So they don't come to show you their resume so you can hire them. They make the thing happen, and they show you the way. They come and they radicalize everything. They turn the place upside down. So they're not waiting for you to hire them. So that's one thing I needed to point out to you. Go ahead, Abiodun.
Yeah, so I was just going to say to Dr. I don't know if you're a doctor, Mr. Okoye and then Mr. Lakes. Right? So what I was saying is
Engineer Okoye. Don't mind this man that you're seeing here.
This is one thing I. This is one thing.
Don't mind him. Like you, Abiodun, all you people that are oil magnets, you come and be pretending.
This is one thing I want you to know, sir. Sowore has a very loaded public service resume, right? Because he's not paid does not mean that he's not, he doesn't have the resume. If you are applying for FEMA job here in America, right, all your volunteer job, anything you've done in the volunteerism, right, put it there, it counts for you as an experience. And what he's been doing for us for 30 years, consistently doing that for 30 years. I can't see nobody on that list, that has actually stayed on the part of the people. And look at it this way. Sowore has a goal and has a purpose, right? His vision and his goal is to have a country that works for everybody, right? Where nobody suffers. That is what I believe is the ultimate goal for anybody that really wants to preside over us and do it right. Now, if we know that that is the goal and he's shown effort and he started something from nothing to something, Sahara Reporter, which created consciousness of corruption amongst Nigeria to the point that government officials, everybody knows that the fear of, seeing Sowore, and which is why Dr. Shidi mentioned that everybody mentions let him be EFCC chairman. That's because they know that he has managed something from nothing to something, or built something from nothing to something, and that establishment is still existing today. He said on Arise TV recently that his company has lasted for 14 years. That's Sahara Reporters. Arise is just 10 years old. Now, my point is this. If he has done that, and he has seen far and wide, he is exposed. He knows you, Dr. Okoye. He knows your competence. He knows your expertise. If in your area of expertise, he brings you to Nigeria to come and lead maybe a ministry, would you succeed because you've not led in Nigeria before, or because you've not led in an area or in a public service before? You will most likely succeed because, one, you know how things should be done the right way, and because Sowore knows you. He knows Dr. Chidi in his expertise, right? And he knows people that will not compromise. And he has said it multiple times. If you compromise under my government, he will sack you. He doesn't owe anything. There's no partiality in his methods. Now, my point, or the summary of my point is that he has the experience to lead the people of Nigeria to an end that we all desire. And if he does have that experience, which is why I give myself as an example. See, Mr. Engineer Okoye, I have never led anywhere in public service. I have my background in geophysics. I trained with FEMA and DHS, Homeland Security here in America. I went to the National Assembly in Nigeria. I went to the state government across the country. Guess what I was trying to do? to build our emergency management system. We do not have our functional 3-digit number all across. I went to NCC Abuja. I have correspondences with them. I will meet with, when talking with these people over the phone, they will expect to see a big man. When they see me as a young man, approaching them, they'll be like, oh, is this the one they've been speaking with over the phone? Like, I met people in government. My point is this: make me today, right, the NEMA, National Emergency Management Agency in Nigeria. Let me lead that organization, or the one in Lagos. Let's start from the Lagos one. I have never led in any public service in Nigeria, but I will not fail in those spaces. Do you know why? Because there's a vision, there's a goal, right? And I will be strict and I will pursue that area. One, because I've also developed myself in enough capacity, the highest trained in that space in the entire continent of Africa. Now, that is exactly what Sowore has done. He won't do it by himself. He will bring people from all over the place to come and lead. And he is also focused on the goal, the vision, where we are going to. And he's doing it, he's doing it beyond his, like Dr. Chidi mentioned earlier, it doesn't have to happen all in his lifetime. Fela did all that he did. He's gone now, right? Ganifa, when he did all that he did. Festus Keyamo is thriving today because he learned under Gani, right? Femi Falana today is doing great, but Gani was on another level, from all of them, right? My point is that if Gani was alive today, most of the injustices or disrespect of rule of law that is happening in Nigeria, it will not happen, because we need people who see the end from the beginning, and they will see to it that we get to that end. Sowore has done much more than we all think or see him to have done.
All right. Thank you so much. It looks like we're going to start regulating. Ikenna, we can't hear you. Ikenna, your mic is not on. No,
Dr. Chidi. Okay, let me drop this thought.
Babatunde,
go. Yeah, sorry.
Ikenna, your mic is off. Your mic is off. Your mic is off.
Okay. So, hello, everybody. I really respect Mr. Abiodun, because I have a friend.
Hold on, Babatunde. Ikenna, go off and come back. It will activate your mic. Go off and come back. Babatunde, go on.
Okay.
Yes, as I said, I respect Mr. Abiodun because I have a friend back who is still in school studying geophysics. So respect to him, and I really like his points that he made. Valmo, Mr. Dr. Chidi, is it all right if I speak my rich boy pidgin English? Is it all right?
Go ahead, please. It's allowed. It's allowed.
It'd be like, say, we Nigerians, we guys do something, because I don't know what's they happen anymore. I don't know. Maybe not this British English or American English where they speak, where we see they fight ourselves for this place. Say, Sowore no be the man, Sowore not the man. Look, if I be someone where I want hire employees, I go look all the, I believe, say now 5 presidential candidates where everybody get the spotlight on. If I look at, what do they call this guy's name? Tinubu. I go look at him, I go say, this guy don't steal money from Alpha Beta. He don't steal the entire Lagos money. No, I know if he hire him because I'm not a madman. The guy go steal from my company. I go look at Atiku. My God have mercy. But I say this guy can't steal $16 billion. Of course, now the guy go can't steal from my company. I know if he hire this guy. No. I go look Shetima. I go say, okay, Shetima. The guy don't the office. The guy don't do senator. The guy don't do governor. Waiting the guy don't do where I go say, okay, this not the thing where this guy don't do. I go say, that Shetima did something. I go say, okay, may I hire him? No track record, nothing. I know, in fact, the first time where I don't hear Shetima's name, now for this election, I never hear this guy's name in my life. Like, I don't feel I am. The guy don't even get resume. I will look Peter Obi. No offense to Peter Obi people, but no be, what do they call them? Panama Papers, or what do they call them, where they find the name inside. Like, I know they do. I no go hire him. Now, I go look Sowore, I go say, okay, I don't discriminate or I don't look at all these other people. I don't say, this guy, I no fit hire them. Which I go use hire this Sowore guy. Okay, the guy open journalist company. The guy come do all the job of EFCC. As they go court for Nigeria, they use Sahara reporters to put people in prison. Or even if you're not putting them in prison, to at least may they collect all the money. They can now use those Sahara reporters' documents to collect the money. People don't accuse Sowore to the point where they go even send me the accusation. Say, see what your boy do. The guy don't fuck up. We don't catch her. Not today. We go open Yash. Then after that, the guy will come and say, this is the evidence. These are all the evidence. So the money where you give me for election last 4 years, this is not the evidence. The one where they talk say I don't steal, this is not the evidence. The one where they talk say I don't lie, this is not the evidence. I go look at him, I will verify him. I go say, okay, you know what? May I verify all this thing where this guy don't talk? Everything they true. Not to say Sowore now saints, because me I dey yarn with Sowore now on Facebook. Me and with the yarn for Messenger. You know, because me where they give him money. I know where his money is coming from. He does not have, the guy no gets Obasanjo or what's it, or Babangida as one of his godfathers. Now me, Babatunde, I not go say my last name because I know say Nigerian government they watch this nonsense, they watch this nonsense, they watch this live. They go now me where they give Sowore money and now me being sponsor for this presidential election. People they laugh Sowore, say, Sowore no fit do anything. Sowore no get experience. May go become local government chairman. You not wait, you black, no offense. I know they insult black men, but you black men, you know they shame. White man, they carry comedian, go control a nation like Ukraine. They fight war. America, they back them. But us, we the talk say, man, we get intellect, don't go school abroad. Not even about even going to school abroad. Went to Unilag, then went abroad, Colombia, to go and do masters. On top of that, created his own company. On top of that, he did do research for everything where he want to make sure say Nigeria gets. But you know one elect them. Now they shame. Now they look for no they see Ecuador's president. Now they see France president. Now they see Barack Obama that was only a senator for a few months before he became president. What's not want anymore? Oh, you know, okay, may I understand? Oh no, I think I understand. You want me Sowore kill himself? You want me may I finish? You want me Sowore kill himself like Fela after he not kill himself? Now when you now the suffer, now they jackpot to America, you now say, oh my God, if only Sowore was here, what we have done. Look, I don't get time. I go my work right now because boy needs to hustle to give Sowore more money. I did go my work. I don't tire. Now they tire me. I never tire for your suffer. I beg, Mr. Right. Dr. James, me I did go work.
Hold on.
Thank you.
The truth is this.
Okay, you can speak and then we'll go to
the truth is this.
Go ahead.
Yes, the truth is this. Nigeria is a very complex society. That's one thing. Sowore, when we use the word activist, the job of an activist and the work and the job of a politician are not closely related. And let me tell you why. In politics, and Lake alluded to that a while ago. He said something. In politics, you need to, sometimes you have to go under, sometimes you have to embellish, sometimes you have to actually, what Sowore is doing, why he has not picked fire. Under normal circumstances, Sowore should be the person that is where Obi is right now. But his message never resonated with people.
No,
why? Because he doesn't know how to.
I'll tell you why.
Yes.
I'll tell you why. So that we don't help our enemy.
Yeah. So his message did not resonate because there are deeps and steps you have to go. You have to go in Nigerian politics. For example, when Obi was coming out, they were trying to pull his legs by saying this IPOB man. He did not castigate IPOB, and he never said he was part of it. He used diplomacy to handle and navigate those stones that they put in front of him. And that was why a lot of people from the north, even from the south, were able to kind of buy into him a little bit. You understand? Nnamdi Kanu cannot be a Nigerian president. Gani Fawemi and what is the name of the other man? the one that wear short, khaki up and down. Remember his name, the former activist, the Yoruba activist. That Yoruba made that Babangida made something. You remember who I'm talking about? What's his name? Yeah, he's of blessed memory. Tai Solarin cannot, because that is not, yes. Yeah, Tai Solarin cannot, as much as we want somebody like Tai Solarin to be a president, he will never be, because he cannot navigate those political, diplomacies, and the way they talk. Another thing about Peter Obi is this: he's a salesman. Sowore is not a salesman. He tells you as it is. For you to navigate Nigerian politics with the tribes, Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, and the in-betweens, because you have to make all these people, you have to find a way. The reason why Peter Obi is where he is because he is Peter Obi and nobody else. You people are talking about NSAS, that he keyed in on. No, he did not key in. He keyed in on knowing how to sell to everybody, just like an Igbo man who sells, who hawks his goods in Alaba or wherever. They know how to sell. They know how to speak your language. You understand? An Igbo man that is selling in Lagos knows how to talk to a Yoruba guy that doesn't speak English. He knows how to sell to an Hausa man. He knows how to. But Sowore, because of the nature of what he does, he is not into all those kind of things. And that is the point I'm trying to make.
Okay.
Until he has to go and learn, unfortunately, he has to go and learn how to do Nigerian politics for him to sell. Okay. Maybe you people are telling him the wrong thing. He needs to be a politician.
No. Ikenna, listen. Yes. I don't want us to take this into a
tribal something. Yes. No. And I'm not. I am not.
No.
I love me a Tinubu, but Tinubu is an old man. To be honest with you,
no.
I love me a Tinubu. I love Tinubu, but he's not who he is again. You understand?
You're a Lagos man.
Yeah, I'm a Lagos boy. I'm a Lagos boy. Yes.
That's the funny thing. The thing I put. You know what I put here? This is the actual Zoom meeting where this is the actual NSAS Zoom meeting where NSAS was planned. This particular Zoom meeting now, if you go and check the day they had this was the Zoom meeting that he called before ever you saw the first NSAS meeting. I just pulled it up because some people, whenever we say they don't understand. You see Kuti there. Anyway, I'll talk about this. I found this video. One day I'll talk about it. And as the video goes on, you begin to see all the people that became the heroes of NSAS. You see them coming. But let me correct something. And
okay.
The first thing you said, that's what I wanted to correct. Okay. Let me tell you about I remember now. See what happened there. P2B. When P2B was in PDP as a politician, and you guys are right. You're very, very right. You're right that Sowore is not the average Nigerian politics. And you are right. Sowore does not know how to play Nigerian politics. P2B.
He has to.
So listen, P2B knows how to play Nigerian politics more than Sowore. You are right.
Yes.
But this is where the problem is. We are playing Nigerian politics now, and on Saturday we are going to vote as Nigerians playing Nigerian politics again. And whoever is going to get into power, if we are not careful, will be somebody who got into power playing Nigerian politics. Now watch. The only thing is that where Nigeria is where Nigerian politics has brought us to, and that place is not good at all. We have gotten to where we are now, playing Nigerian politics. It is because of Nigerian politics and playing Nigerian politics that P2B left APGA and went into PDP. It is still because of Nigerian politics that P2B, while he was in PDP, everything that PDP was doing was okay. The structure was okay. That was the place to be. That while Sowore was not playing Nigeria politics, but was playing reality of what needs to be done and sensitizing the NSAS generation. You're not right when you say that Peter Obi did not climb on the back of the NSAS generation. That you and Lake are contradicting each other, because PDP is anti, the revolution that you're seeing right now. Unless you're telling me that even the Obi movement is not a revolution. Those things are revolutions. They counter what is the norm. Nobody knew that that movement was going to grow, because it just shows Nigerian politics and the way it is done. Peter Obi will not even be anywhere now. But while he was there, Sowore stood by what he knew was right. He stood by revolutionizing the young people, and he stayed with them, and he protested, and he kept saying, let us get over these old politicians and their way of doing things. And by that time, Peter Obi was in PDP, and PDP doesn't believe in doing things the way these young people were doing it. Remember, since we are talking about it, Peter Obi did not leave PDP because he says because he knew what to do. No, he left PDP because he couldn't get his position. Otherwise, he would have been running on PDP ideology. Ikenna, you live in America. You know parties run on ideologies. When he is in PDP, look at PDP ideology and look at Labour ideology. It is not the same thing. So what he did was what every smart Nigerian politician has done in the past. That is where I have a problem. Peter Obi as a person may do well, even as president of Nigeria. But my problem is, when you are going to become president under this whole Nigeria political system, if you go into that system and see what it is made of, because if Sowore wins right now, it is a complete deviation from the system. If Peter Obi wins right now, Peter Obi would have won under the support of Obasanjo, what's his name? Abdul Salam, everybody's endorsement. That is what he would have won under. And so we are back to square one. We are back to playing politics. That's all I'm saying. And you people seem to be confirming it. That's all I came to say. Just for us to understand. Because what we are saying is that when we win, we will win under our own terms. We will not win by being for choice of words, diplomatic, conceding, and being all of that. No, we will win because we believe that where Nigeria is right now, you need a total revolution. You need a total scrapping of the constitution. You need to start afresh. If you're still going to keep managing this engine, okay, Abiodun, go ahead.
I just want to say just one thing to support exactly what you said. I wish Dr. Koye can hear this. Just one point.
You spoke
just
before.
1 point in addition.
No.
Just 1 point. One
Late.
point.
Will you allow him?
Please.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to say this, right?
I mean, Buzzy has been wanting to talk.
I don't have anything against Peter Obi, but because we know, just like Dr. Chidi said, he is from PDP, and because his labor doesn't make him not PDP. I hope you get that. And now here is the question. By the time he gets in, I said it on the last time I joined. Who do you think will be ministers and will be appointed to head offices? Right?
Obasanjo's list now.
You know, and when those people make the cabinet, do you get, you at the top, you are trying to be, to save, right? And if all your team members are against you, can you see what is currently happening in the country, where there's a subtle war between the president and the APC governors? Why? Because of some Naira policy, how it affects or not affect them. Do you get? So imagine that being, there's a Peter Obi president, and then it puts people that are from the same experienced folder, right? It puts them in the different positions. What would change? We will just continue with the status quo.
Somebody asked a question. Abiodun, somebody asked a question and said, would I want Peter Obi to work for Sowore? You see, that's where people get this thing wrong. I don't want Peter Obi to come and start. Look, everybody will come and work for Nigeria. Not Sowore working for P2B, P2B working for Sowore. No, the problem is who has the will to fight the owners of Nigeria, and then to be able, somebody needs to restrain them so that we know what to do in Nigeria. The only problem is that the owners of Nigeria will not let us do what needs to be done. And with the way we are going, P2B is in bed with these people and he cannot restrain them. Lake, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Before I start, I want to Abiodun mentioned something about if he has an opportunity, let's say Sowore wins and they call him to come and manage FEMA, that he will do a good job and everything. Yeah, I believe that you will do a better job than most of the people there. But there's a problem with Nigeria. Let me give you an instance. A couple of years ago, when I was still doing my jobs in Nigeria, I was doing this job with NDDC. I normally get jobs from NDDC. No matter how doing jobs in Nigeria as a contractor, as an engineer, no matter how good you are, if you enter the system and you do not use, if you are not diplomatic to know how to move around, you cannot do anything. It might not work. If you go to that FEMA, people around you, people with you, you will see that it is always very difficult to navigate the Nigerian terrain as somebody, in quote, that activist that wants everything right, without being diplomatic to know how to move around to get those your points and all those your thoughts to work. P2B, it's unfortunate we're talking about P2B and Sowore. It's better we'll talk about the people in power, Buhari and the rest, because the election is in a few days. What will happen will happen. The people that will vote for P2B will vote for P2B. The people that will vote for Sowore will vote for Sowore and the rest. When P2B entered Anambra, P2B at first was in PDP before he joined ABGA. He joined ABGA. He won the gubernatorial election. He did not have any House of Assembly member. He did not have any House of Assembly member. But he tried, he made sure, against all those odds, he made sure all those his wishes, all those things he wanted us to see, all those his achievements, he made sure he achieved it. And it wasn't easy. It wasn't a walk in the park. People were attacking him. He was impeached. They did so many things to him before he entered. The guy that was there, they burnt the government house. He has no government house when he entered. Nothing.
But Lake, you see what? No, don't say I'm interrupting you. Can you imagine that you are here praising P2B for walking and thinking outside the box, for doing things that were not even there before? You can beat your chest and say he didn't have a member of House of Assembly. But if somebody had told you before that, how can P2B be governor without, it's not that done, no. Do you understand? But now you can say he did it. Aren't you contradicting yourself? And now when somebody, that's why I say that Sowore is in the cadre of Elon Musk. He doesn't have to do what was done there before. I just wanted to point that out for you because you are contradicting yourself.
It's a great pleasure for me that you keep interrupting me. I like it because I'm the only one you interrupt, and I like it.
I interrupt everybody. I do that.
I think I should put it as a tag on me. How many times did Dr. Shid interrupt you? 1, 2, 3.
Go ahead, Lake. I give you the most time.
Talking about Elon Musk once said that, I think I was watching one of his interviews where he was talking about how he hires people. He said that one of his good questions was, if I want to hire you, I'll ask you where you were working before, the challenges you had, and how you maneuvered and get that thing done. In Sowore's case, there's nothing I can bring out and say, okay, Sowore, when this so problem came out, what did you do? Nothing. It's just
Please,
words.
I need to talk, please.
It's just
I need to
words
talk.
and words and
I need to
Wow,
words.
talk.
Lake,
Seriously,
You
Lake,
understand?
seriously.
It's just words
Abba,
and words and words.
Abba
Thank you
now.
again. This
No,
is the
no,
10th time
yes,
of
yes, no. Let
interrupting
me tell
me.
you
This
why.
was another.
No, not
No,
like
please,
Relax.
oh, I need to talk. Oh.
I will let you talk now. You see, Lake, let me tell you why I must tap you sometimes. Granted, I am floating a platform that people just come to express themselves, but there are some, I mean, we have some lines to draw. Somebody can come here now and say, look, Buhari has not committed any offense at all, and let me talk. How can you say that? How can you say
I never said
Sowore
he had.
has not been part of a problem? The biggest problem that you had in Nigeria, which was military rule, that brought you this independence. Somebody, even as students' union president, fought for that problem to be solved. You see, somebody said that Nigerians are very ungrateful. It's not fair. Let's really remember people who are our heroes. How can you say that kind of thing is not the problem? Show that when Nigeria had a president who was dead, nobody knew that he was dead. Sahara reporters, you know, I keep going back there because somehow maybe we need to make people understand the implication or the direct influence of those things, those actions. When Sowore reported, Sahara reporters followed the movements of Yaradua, even up till when they brought him back to Nigeria, flew him to Aso Rock, and Jonathan was not allowed to see him. That wasn't a problem that was solved. Come on now.
No, Sowore is a good journalist. You know, he's a good
okay,
he's a good investigative journalist. No,
round up in 2 minutes so that Adele soon can talk. Round up. I'm not going to disturb you. Take your time, 2 minutes.
No, I'm almost losing the chain of my thought. But what I'm saying is, I think we should, know that people that wants to vote Sowore will vote Sowore as it is now. P2B will vote P2B as it is now. And the rest. But we shouldn't attack P2B knowing that we shouldn't go on to attack P2B, because if you talk about Sowore now, because I know that almost everybody here is a Sowore person, there is nothing I will use to profile Sowore. When it comes, if you talk about public service, I don't know any public service he has gone into. I can't say, because if he was a public servant at any point in his life, I can go back and look at his public records. What did he do? How did he manage people working under him? What happened? I can scrutinize him, but you can't do that. That was why I made that first statement. That the devil I know is better than the angel I don't know. I know Sowore about his rhetorics and everything, but that I can't really come out and then hire him when I know that there's nothing, there's no track record to put it.
Dr. Chidi, please let me just quickly comment.
Thank you so much, Lake. Before I go back to Adelson, Lake, what computer do you use?
Okay, it's the HP.
Oh, you use HP. That's Microsoft inside, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So by the time, the point I'm going to try to make right now, you use a computer that okay, I was even going to use Apple, Steve Jobs, someone like Steve Jobs, for instance. When he eventually built the Macintosh, I don't think you had to tell him to show you other computers he built before you started using the Mac. You just started using the Mac. The whole world is right. People are riding on that. You did this. That is what I'm trying to show you. That's the misunderstanding people have about the Sowores of this world. You are judging him by a standard that only that somebody doesn't belong to that general class doesn't mean that their own doesn't count also. You know that very well. So there are people who will now, I keep going back to this, all these people who have brought things to be in our lifetime that was not there before. They created these things out of nothing. Before them, there was nothing like that thing that they did. So there's not even those things for you to use as reference for what they did. They just threw it out there. And it began to, when people come out with, anyway, I'm just going to stop there. And Adelsun, go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Chidi. It has been a wonderful work you've been doing all this while. And Mr. Lake, Mr. Abiodun, and everybody that has spoken earlier, it has been a privilege. I just want to quickly draw out my own reason why I would choose Sowore a million times. Seriously. Though, if I should count back how many years I've really know who Sowore is, I'll be counting around. I think I started knowing about Sowore in 2013 when I began to read some of his music, because that time the mentality that they will put on us that time was as in now always fake news. So we just begin all these fake news, and at the end of the day you discover that this thing is not fake, but just the reality of everything. But Mr. Lake keeps saying there is nothing to bring about Sowore or public space. As much as I don't want to compare Sowore with Mandela, as much as I don't want to compare him with Mandela, because it might make people think, why will you compare? Hello? As it might make people think that why will you compare Sowore with Mandela? But this man has everything that Mandela has for South Africa. This is the only man that has it. Can you point to me anybody among all those presidential candidates that sacrificed his family joy because of Nigerians? Even to the people that does not even know this man. Can you just point to me who? This man for the past almost 4 years now has not been seeing his kids growing up in his own presence, just because you sacrifice your own joy for the people of Nigeria. And here we are, we say we are talking about he does not have experience. I don't get it. What type of experience do we want? I don't get it. Please. If we are talking about experience, then I think Buhari should be the best president Nigeria can ever have. Let's just be realistic here. Okay, if you talk about he sacrificed maybe even me myself can't even do that. Sacrifice my own family joy for the people that I know inside me that they will never appreciate it. Not in this world. They won't. And yet this man said, no, I am with you to the end. We could see what, and if you say, okay, Mandela went to prison. In fact, I'm still even trying to, try to think it in my head like, okay, let's even compare the prison that Mandela and Sowore went to. I think we can't even compare it. I'm sorry to say, because the way this man with DSS and all of the officials of Nigeria, the way they treat it, I think if it is among any of us here, maybe in less than a month, we will have been gone. And yet this man come out of prison. I keep asking most of the people that support other candidates ahead of Sowore that who among these people can fight our cabal for us? Just give me one. No, to be honest, just give me one. Did you think that Obasanjo endorsed Obi? The other person endorsed all these people. It shows how much that they've already have their own confidence that if this man enters power, we are untouchable. And who can help us touch those people? Just point to me now. Who else can give us that? Who among them? Who has the boss? Is it Obi? He will say, no, he even talk now. No, we can't. I can't open store and chase after thief. Are you kidding me? You carry my property, you say, man, don't follow you up. Even if I get 10,000 things yet in my store, if you thief one, I need to go after you because it is not a property. And he keeps saying my evil idea is even same with PDP. Oh my goodness. And we are looking for experience because somebody has owned a public space. We got to be kidding in this country. It doesn't, so especially Mr. Lake, because you keep pointing like there is nothing like public spaces that to even bring apart what he has sacrificed concerning his journalism. Let's even put that one aside. Let's talk about what he has done for the past 30 years. Who among those people has not been compromised? Even the people that he gathered, they did the struggle together 30 years back. Point to me how many of them are still standing. So we are talking about consistency here, integrity. So
all right, Adeosun, sorry. I have a caller on the line. I know Ikenna wants to say something, but let me give the caller on the line a chance to talk, and then we'll bring in Ikenna to talk, and we'll start rounding up. Go ahead, caller on the line.
Okay, yeah, I greet all the presenters. I just want to say one thing. I believe that Trump did not handle any political position before he became American president. I hope they know. And Trump, I will even say that Trump even did well, but some people can even say no or yes. He has never handled any position before he became American president. So you will not judge somebody that has never handled any position, start judging him that he must handle local government chairman or councillor or anything before he became president. It's only in Nigeria we keep on hearing all those things. I want to ask people that are here, when Obi was Anambra State governor for 8 years, when he left there, what happened? Anambra come to the square one. Anambra come to the square one where he is today. Do you understand? Let's say he do 100%, but after he left, what left again? Nothing left again. They owe pensioners, they owe contractors, they owe every person. So it means that everything he has done there has gone in vain. To me, what our people are looking is not what some of us are talking about. That very constitution, which every person has a revolution, that very constitution is fraudulent constitution. People are in haste. Election. Which election are you talking about? You are saying election. And well, you have a foundation of a story building and you are putting condominium on top of that place. How can it carry that condominium? Even the Soludo, do you know why I hate Nigerian politicians? When they don't have any position, you will see them lamenting, talking. As soon as they get them one position, they will not speak that in there. They will not be activists again. They will go in and they will not speak anything again. They will forget about everything. In your program, I tell Sowore, that country is not a country that you will come out to sacrifice for. Because of those you are sacrificing for will not understand what you are doing. Go to your region and fight for your region. They will recognize you more than to say you want to stand and start fighting for people that will not recognize you. When the female policewoman shot Sowore in Abuja, what did people say? Go to his Facebook, go to his Twitter. What was Nigeria saying about it? Sowore came out in NSACs. They say he come to hijack it. Nnamdi Kanu came out. They say he come to hijack it. These two front people, Nigeria are not talking about them. These two front people that has confronted Nigeria, they are not talking about them. And they are talking about Obi. They are talking about Atiku. They are talking about whatever they want to talk. They give 14 youths. In Imo State, Obi did not tweet about it. They killed Deborah. Atiku tweet about it. They tell him to do what? They talk to him. He delete the tweet. This is your leaders. This is the leaders we want to see. The leaders that cannot stand up and speak.
Okay, my brother.
Do you know what they are asking? Do you know what they are asking Obi? The Arewa, the northern people are asking him, what will you do for us? You must tell us what you will do for us. And he's telling them he will build school for Alamajiri. Is it not 165 schools that Jonathan built for the Alamajiri. What is the end of that school today? What is the end of that school? Then Obi is telling us that he will build, that they have landmarks, and Holland have how many landmarks? He will do this in Holland. If Holland can do this, only Niger State can do this. That is Bonkom. That is Bonkom. All of them are going to number 10 Chatham House. What are they going there to do? Why did Sowore did not go there? I want to ask them question. Why did Sowore did not go there? Why can't they invite Sowore to come there?
Okay, my
Because
brother, I know.
Let me. Can I just add one or two things before you come out?
Again, hold on. Let me raise your volume.
Okay.
Okay. You're going to come in, but just before you come in, just hold your thought 1 second.
Okay.
There was something you said the other time. You said that you don't know why Sowore was not. Somebody's mic is echoing back. Again, are you using two devices? You're using two devices, I think.
Well, hold on, let me see. Let me go out and come back in.
Okay, thank you. So, the point I wanted to make, it was Ikenna that made it. Ikenna was saying that the youths did not, he doesn't know what happened that made the youths not resonate with Sowore. And I was trying to tell him that, no, it's not true. And I know exactly what happened. And that's what I wanted to talk about. But incidentally, he's gone off. He's gone off again. When Ikenna comes, we'll all take like two minutes submission and then we'll close because we have an event happening somewhere tomorrow. And I'm supposed to be planning the event from here. Yes. Ikenna, I want to say this while you're here. Because, okay. But I'll put you on mute because that echo is still happening. So you said you can't understand what happened. That's Sowore that should be enjoying what P2B is enjoying now. And I'll tell you exactly what happened. You are right. And if we are sincere to ourselves, it was Sowore and Take It Back movement and Revolution Now that formed the real opposition against Muhammadu Buhari's government. Because after he came to power, everybody went to bed, including P2B. Everybody went to sleep. And when I say sleep, it's not that they were not talking. They were talking, they were doing their own thing, but they kept on building their own profile. They were invited to talk at conferences. Sowore was fighting the government head on. They were locking him up every day. He could have just played the kind of politics that Lake is even suggesting. Just build your own profile. Forget about what is happening in Nigeria. Don't meddle with government. Just stay on building yourself, which is what the other politicians did. What did that do for him? It landed him in court. Every day in court, the government kept trying to break him. Sowore refused. He was restricted while others were moving around building their campaign. Showore's campaign was being, they did everything to just extinguish it, including his party. Leonard Zewan was paid through Wike, and Sowore did not even have a party, no platform. I'm just trying to show you what happened. It was a deliberate attempt. Their job was a hatchet job. This was what they were supposed to achieve until it was only a few days. Sowore got his party back, and by extension, all of us in AAC, we were busy. They kept us fighting while others were busy traveling. Do you know that even right now, in fact, Sowore declared for president, his party was not there, and he didn't go to any party. We fought until 4 days to the closing day for INEC to stop receiving submission for candidates. That's just to show you. By then, normally that's what will happen. People looked and they didn't see Sowore in the horizon, as a presidential candidate. So normally they ran to so many other different parties. By the time Sowore was declaring, they were saying, oh, is Sowore still running? Is Sowore still in the race? So we cannot come and be using that as a yardstick. What these people who are bad, who like Lake said, it's unfortunate that we're here talking about Sowore and Obi, but it's also good because the other people, we already know them as the devil. We don't have any business talking about them. Even though Ikenna said he will vote for Tinubu over Sowore.
It's not true. Let me
I'm hearing this.
Let me add this, my brother. The end justifies the means. Let me tell you what Obi did that Sowore never did. You see, when you are trying to handle a complex society like Nigeria, you have to do a lot of things. You have to do a lot of handshakes. You have to do a lot of. There is mago in politics. You know that. Like somebody, your last caller talked about how Trump came in, that he never had any position. Do you know what Trump did? Trump is a good salesman. He bought everybody. He bought everybody. He bought the racists. He bought he chose his camp. He said, you know what? White people in America are about 70%. If I can get this 70, out of 70%, if I get 60% or 55% of white people, I will be president. That was what he did. Sowore doesn't have he did, and I don't want to say it in a way to kind of bring what he is down. What I am saying is this: he didn't have a game plan. You see, you cannot fight the powers that you are trying to take over from. You have to at least have a liaison, somebody there. You may fight Buhari, but let the assistant be your friend, so that when they want to steal your party, there is going to be somebody that is going to be fighting for you. Look at what Obi did. Obi was in PDP.
Obi doesn't fight for party. Obi just jumps another party.
No. There was no way he could win, regardless of because if I tell you this, you may not understand. Atiku, I don't even think Atiku wants to be president. I think Atiku wanted to stop Wike. I think that was why he came out. That's my personal opinion. Though.
So you agree with me, Ikenna? So you agree with me that by Saturday, whoever wins, it's still a game we're playing.
That's no. You have to play the game to get there. Then you do what you want to do. You have to. You really have to.
So finally, we've come back to the same thing I'm saying. I'm saying
you have to.
Okay. So
if someone because you're talking about white people are not. First of all, he didn't do a good salesman's job, because if he did it, he had the platform from you're talking about his 30 years experience. Those 30 years experience never showed up in his salesmanship. Nobody.
Remember, in 2019 now there was no election.
Like I think again, I'll say it again. The space Obi is occupying today can be the space somebody like Sowore should be occupied.
That's the space he built. That one, no, it doesn't matter whether anybody accepts it or not. Because let me tell you, Ikenna, I'm telling you as somebody, as an insider, you see all those people there, but that's just how life is, and we're watching them. Even if I call the major people who you see activists, we know them, but we'll keep quiet until at the end of the day we'll come back. The end justifies the means. We'll come and view things after. Even Obi knows it. Even all these people that he uses, he knows it. He's a businessman, like somebody. But is it what we need right now? I'm not gonna say yes or no. Like I said, we will wait and see. In the Nigeria,
you have to know where you're running to, because you have to win for you to get to do what you want to do.
So don't worry.
Yes, if you don't play that, you can win, and you can't blame anybody.
But he cannot. The people who always won, who have been winning from independence till now, they've always won, and they came and they did what they did, and they landed us where we are now. So that's what is going to happen to us. That's what is about to happen to us. Gentlemen, we need to go. I have to go.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for having this. But
you have to
tell your man to go and
be just my final word before I go, please.
Thank you, Jenna. You have to be regular on our program. I'll send you invite.
I will try to join. I'll try to anytime you post it, I'll try to join.
Thank you very much. Lake, just give your closing remark.
Yeah, my final word is talking about Obi. Let me just forget about what he did during when he was Anambra, being a chairman of bank and everything. Let us just focus on this last 7 months of his campaign. Anybody, for him, he was able, a new platform came into that platform against all odds. They were saying, 4 people tweeting in a room. He managed this campaign, built this party, obviously from scratch. And he was spending, if you check how much he spent probably 2% of what all these big parties spent. And he was able to achieve this. He while doing it, he was moving around, having handshakes from various people, various platforms, various religions and everything. I mean, for somebody to do this in the space of 7 months, and now we are talking about 3-horse race. People never believed it was possible. I'm telling you, if he can do this with this little finance and everything, the sky is the limit. That's just all I can say.
Thank you, Lake, but he didn't build. He's riding on something that was built. But I build, go ahead.
Yeah, what I would say is I like everyone's submission. My main fear with Peter Obi is the fact that he is from PDP and he is PDP and he will choose people from PDP to be in his cabinet. Instead of him bringing someone like Engineer Okoye, with his expertise and experience to come and lead one Ajakuta steel firm. I don't know your area of engineering. They are going to go bring an El-Rufai to come and lead Ajakuta. So do you think that El-Rufai, being an experienced public servant, would do better than you in leading Ajakuta, or let's say NMPC, for example? So my fear is the fact that you will most likely be surrounded by the same old people who are just out to make money for themselves, not to help the populace. So that's my fear about him. And Sowore, tested, trusted, we know him to have done this thing. He will do it. That's my area. That's why I support Sowore. And he will call people like us, the unknown faces, the inexperienced in court, to come and take the charge, and take the lead, including you, Dr. Okoye. It doesn't matter that you don't like his candidacy. Sowore doesn't take anything personal. He will still come for you, right? He will come for everyone. And
I like him. To be honest with you, it's just that he never sold well. He didn't. But
no problem. Let's leave it at that. Abiodun, Ikenna, Lake, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
In the comment section, the people who are fighting, I think we should make up. Let's not go and die in their war. By Saturday, everything will be over. So thank you so much for joining in, guys. And I'll see you guys maybe tomorrow. Who knows? But let's keep praying. Well, nobody knows what is going to happen. Let's just keep praying for Nigeria. All these crazy people saying all their crazy things. But I'll see you guys next time. On behalf of Dr. Erica and everybody who helps us with this production, I love you guys, and I say may Omoyele Sowore, the best man for this election, win. Bye-bye.